Good evening, everyone. This is the time and place set for the November regular meeting of the Royal Oak Planning Commission. Welcome. I'm going to call the meeting to order, and we'll start down on that end. Well, wait a minute. We're going to start way down there where that guy's sitting. And please introduce yourself for the record.
Yes. Joseph Murphy, Director of Planning.
Ann Beakey.
Clyde Esbury.
Charlene Douglas, City Commissioner.
Nick Kerchowski, City Attorney.
Mike Fournier, Mayor.
Jim Ellison.
And Gary Casada, I'm the chairperson. All right, first thing, do any of the commissioners or the director have any additions to the agenda? I don't see any. Okay, next item is the approval of the meeting minutes from September 12th. This was a couple months ago. Does anybody, any of the commissioners have comments, questions, corrections, edits to these minutes or a motion to approve?
I move to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Douglas. Any discussion of the minutes from September 12th? All right, seeing none, I'll call for a voice vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve the minutes for September 12th say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. The minutes are approved. I will sign those and get them over to Mr. Murphy. Okay, the next item on the agenda is public comment on non-agenda items. I'm going to take a minute here, if you don't mind, and I'm going to stand up because I've been ruminating over this for a couple months. I was chairman for a long time, and I didn't have this. They gave me this recently because I have to bang it down when there's unruliness. So what I'd like to do is just go over some ground rules so we're a little clear on how the system works here. So the Planning Commission, if you want to speak on public comment on non-agenda items, you can do that. When it comes to agenda items for which there's a public hearing, the public can speak on that. The ground rules are the same for both, okay? And the next thing we're going to do is public hearing, but this is for both. First of all, you get 3 minutes per person, okay, not per topic. You're going to have 3 minutes to speak. You're addressing the commission as a whole, not individual members. And it's not a back and forth. Please don't address individual members and expect a response. It's not how it works. We will listen and we will take notes, and at the end of public comment, there'll be an opportunity for the commissioners to respond to you, or the director or the attorney to respond to you, or if there's a question that we can't answer, there might be some comment about what we need to do to investigate. You'll hear that. Our planning director is right there. He's taking notes all the time, I assure you. And, okay. Now, this sort of goes to why I have the gavel here and I don't want to use it. The Planning Commission serves a quasi-judicial function. We're not judges, but it is our function to hear evidence and take testimony and apply the law, which is the ordinance, to the facts. It's a serious matter. We take it serious. Every single one of these people up here take it serious, and we know you take it serious. And so that's the sort of decorum that we are trying to engender here. We don't make a decision until we hear from everybody who wants to make a presentation. It's because it's a quasi-judicial function. We've got to hear the evidence, okay? So I ask you to treat this like a courtroom, not a football game. Hooting, hollering, cheering, clapping, that's not appropriate here. And also, what this is, it's a free market of ideas, okay? Your ideas, our ideas, the petitioner's ideas, the professional's idea, it's a free market. But free markets reward quality. And we ask you to keep that in mind. Polemical, insulting, disparaging, that doesn't work in a free market of ideas, which we're doing here. So I ask you to keep that in mind. And then I won't have to use the gavel. All right? Let's have a productive hearing. Thanks. Does anybody want to speak on a non-agenda item? Anybody? That's a first. Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing and we'll move on to the first agenda item. This is conditional rezoning of SB 2309-13. This is a unfinished business. Mr. Murphy, can you walk us through this?
Yes. As you noted, this item was postponed from your September the 12th meeting. There was a public hearing that was held and closed. You do have the discretion as to whether you would like to reopen that public hearing tonight. But the petitioner is voluntarily seeking to conditionally rezone this property from neighborhood business to multiple family residential with the associated drawings that you have in your packet. So the petitioner did listen to the public's comments as well as your comments at the September meeting, and they've modified their drawings. I'll give a brief overview of those modifications, and then of course the petitioner can highlight those in finer detail when they step forward. But the previous voluntary submittal that they provided you included 27 units in a multiple family residential development, and they've reduced that to 22 units. They were proposing to provide one parking space for each of those 27 units. They've now modified the ground floor of the building and included additional parking, which increases the parking ratio to 1.6 parking spaces per unit. So they've increased the parking per unit, reduced the number of units. They've modified the 11-mile road ground floor area and facade you'll see on the light shaded area on the screens in the room. They provided additional parking underneath the proposed building. The previous concept that you had reviewed, there was entire floor area that covered the frontage along 11-mile road. So that modification has occurred. The building also has a greater setback on 11-mile road. It's 8 feet 8 inches. It was less prior. And they've also increased the setback on Phillips from no setback to 1.5 feet. They've modified the drawings to increase the landscaping from what was 4%. Now it's shown at 10%. And they've increased the number of EV charging stations available to the residential units from 2 EV chargers to 4. So they'll be able to charge 4 vehicles. You're being asked to make a recommendation of approval or denial, and this will proceed forward to the City Commission for their consideration. As it is a change to the zoning ordinance, it requires 2 hearings at two meetings at the City Commission, and I'll be available if you have any questions.
I have a question right away. Just for the record, I want to clarify, this is a recommendation that we're giving for the conditional zoning. There's the site plan is part of that recommendation. It's only one vote?
Yes, that's correct. It's a amendment to the zoning ordinance. So only the City Commission can amend the zoning ordinance after they hold a public hearing. So based upon your recommendation, whatever recommendation that is, it can proceed forward to the City Commission, and they'll discuss the item at the first agenda, and then they'll set a public hearing. If they decide to move forward at the next meeting, they would hold a public hearing to amend the zoning ordinance. To change the zoning, there is a written development agreement associated with the conditional rezoning request, and attached to that written agreement are the exact drawings that are approved by the City Commission.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have a question for the director or anybody else before we call the petitioner forward? All right, hearing none, I'm going to call the petitioner forward. Bring your team up. Please introduce yourself and tell us why you're entitled to the relief you seek.
Good evening, everyone. I'm John Abro with Stonegate Property Group, based out of Big Beaver in Troy, Michigan. Thanks, Joseph, for the introduction and for the changes on this presentation from the last back in September. He gave us the numbers, and I would like just to just by mentioning that, yes, decrease of units by 20% of the development. For parking was 26% increase of the parking ratio from the 24 to 34, which we required only 33 based on a 1.5 parking space per unit. Also mentioning that the landscape requirements, yes, we did increase the landscaping from our last plan 2.5 times. So it was the 640 square foot to now the 1560, which is now meets the 10% minimum requirement. I know that was a concern as well. So from the last meeting, we did hear the planning commission's comments, the neighbors' comments, also their requested changes. We spent a couple months redesigning the site. Also the building number of units. At the same time, we're trying to accommodate and also make the proper changes needed for not just to satisfy majority of the comments made by the board, the neighbors, as well as for the development to make sense. By reducing the number of units, or 20% was a hit to the knees. So again, we heard those concerns, and we're hoping that this proposed development here would better fit the site itself. I'd like to make a comment regarding the 1.5 cars per unit. Just one block over, 350 linear feet from our property is a CBD zoning, which at that zoning does allow parking requirements of 1.5. So we're right just there. Before we were asking for 2 ratio or 1-to-1, apologize. We're seeking 1.6, or we're providing 1.6. With regard to the landscaping that was done, by increasing the landscape from 640 to 1,560 square feet for the minimum 10%, that allowed us to adding these bioswales, which is another sustainable item that we proposed to our project. The surface square footage around 8,000 square feet of parking in the rear on the south side. That will feed per records that we have. Royal Oak has about 33 inches of rain per year. So that square footage will pretty much feed that 1560 square foot of landscape area, which is another sustainable item, that design that we proposed. We're still keeping all those items from before, the electrical high efficiency appliances for the units. And one thing too we want to make mention is that the units that we reduced was also on the 3rd and 4th floor. So we took into account, say, hey, if we can reduce the number of units, let's go on the rear side, which faces the neighbors, and reduced on the 4th and 3rd floor itself, which eliminated one balcony on the 3rd and 4th floor on the south side, facing the neighbors itself. Again, we revised our floor plans, our elevations to match those changes. Still the high design materials still proposed. Joseph's point about setting setback. So we did now push the, so now we're having a 10-foot clearance, which I know that was a concern to a lot of the neighbors, those who left Phillips Street. So that 10-foot clearance setback has now been met. So I do have more to present, but I'll kind of get the feedback first on those changes that we made.
Okay, are there questions for the petitioner, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, last time we had some discussion about assigned parking spaces. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what your position is on assigned versus float to handle any sort of irregularities with guests and everybody coming?
So we have removed that design itself, or those notes, just because now we have 1.6 parking ratio compared to the 1-to-1. So again, the 22 units, now we have additional 12 parking spaces that allows guests at
So you'll have like one space assigned per unit to keep the peace among the neighbors on site, and then the rest will be unassigned for guests, etc.
Absolutely.
Okay.
The 12 additional, yes.
The 12 unassigned. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Other questions for the petitioner? I have one. I actually like some of the new design elements here. You have a exit onto 11 Mile. There's already an exit onto 11 Mile, but this one's coming out from the building. And I just wonder about what considerations you had to safety as your cars coming out onto the sidewalk there.
Great point. So we we still have that 10-foot clearance, triangle clearance on both angles of that corner. So today, so yes, both the 11 Mile and the Phillips are going to be existing to remain. So no curb cut changes as what you see today on site. If you look at, yes, that site plan does show a 10-foot triangular distance or triangular vision clearance for those coming in and out, which is pretty much what you have today.
Okay.
Oh, if I can mention, photometric plan was also revised and have met the city requirements.
For the,
Photometric plan?
okay.
Yeah, I know that was Woody's concern last time, so that has been now revised.
We were all concerned.
You're great again. You were.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was looking at this thing upside down. Okay, any other questions for the petitioner? All right, hearing none, I guess I would turn to my commissioners, and as Mr. Murphy pointed out, the public hearing is closed, but is there consideration of reopening it at this point? Does anybody have a comment on that? Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always, when we've had substantial changes to, by the petitioner, I think it's helpful to hear if there are any additional concerns or any concerns no longer exist. I'd like to hear from the public. So if my colleagues would support it, do I have to make a motion to do that, or is it chair
I don't know.
privilege?
Mr. Murphy?
For a clear record, it's appropriate. I don't believe it's necessary, but I think for a clear record, it's appropriate.
I always laugh at myself because I probably could have just made a motion, we would have voted on it before we had to ask the question and answer it. So I'll move that we reopen the public hearing.
Is there
Second.
support by Mr. Ellison? Okay, any other comments on this? Okay, all in favor of the motion to reopen the public hearing on this item, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're going to reopen the public hearing. Is there anyone here in the public who would like to speak on this conditional rezoning at 600 East 11 Mile? All right, these are unique things happening tonight.
I stand corrected.
Yeah, I'm going to close the public hearing then. Thank you very much. And moving back to this side of the table, is there discussion here among the commissioners about this recommendation? Mr. Ellison.
I'm just going to make a comment. I mean, we looked at this last month, and there was all kinds of problems with it. All kinds of things that we needed done to make it work for us. Very seldom have I ever seen a plan come back to us that has accomplished, if not, 95% of those desires. You've come back, I think, in my mind, you've come back with a good plan. You've addressed the concerns we had, setbacks, parking, that kind of stuff. And I think from what I'm looking at right now, it looks like a very good plan.
All right, any other comments? Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to underscore, and I appreciate the chairman's words at the beginning of this meeting, because I think sometimes it's misunderstood the purpose of the Planning Commission, and sometimes it's misunderstood what our role is and what we're charged to do, and it's misunderstood that, just like a court case or a courtroom, people can pay their, fee and present here. They could ask to put a Six Flags amusement park in the middle of Vincetta Boulevard. If they want to pay their $400 to petition, it's a no, but they're allowed to come up here and petition. I think this petitioner, what I saw a couple months ago was eagerly and honestly listening to the feedback of the neighbors on Phillips, and came back with a revised plan that shows that the process that we have here works. If we, avoid disparaging language, if we avoid slander, if we avoid all these conspiracy theories, and we just say, okay, I have concerns about this project, I want to talk about it, things come back and they can change in an innovative and positive way. It's not always the case. Sometimes petitioners choose to make changes. Sometimes claims can be unfounded or not factual, and that's okay. Feelings are real and raw. But I'm really happy. I think for me, all of my issues I had with the project were addressed, and I think it went even further past that to address the neighbors as well as the concerns of the rest of the commissioners up here. So it's the process that's working.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Ms. Beakey?
I appreciate the adjustments that were made to this, and I especially appreciate the modification on the staggering on the upper unit so that it's not overlooking the back dwellings so much, the people who live behind. I'm still personally concerned that it is a very dense situation with 22 dwellings rather than 4, given our current options in terms of our zoning. And I'm also concerned about the removal and lack of trees. And while I absolutely appreciate the addition of the green that was added there, I'm still not very comfortable with the giant modifications of the setbacks. And I'd like to say something about the parking. Personally, I thought your solution to having people park in our parking garage was good, given the fact that our parking garages are woefully underutilized. And this probably won't pertain to this because you made adjustments that were requested by others. But even assigning parking in our parking garages when you are having a rental building for the residents rather than the guests would allow modification to that parking, and I hope we move in that direction because, again, I believe we have excess parking. As it stands now, because of the setbacks in the green space, I think I would still remain on a little bit concerned side, and maybe I'm leaning towards a no, but I do appreciate the modifications that were presented here.
All right, other comments? Okay, I'm going to make some. This criteria that we're applying today is not, it's not one of those the petitioner has to show in a positive way all of the criteria. This is one which we have a number of factors that are in the ordinance that we are to consider. Putting together whatever it was, several months ago when the petition was here, and tonight in the revised plan. My feeling is that, and I won't read them all in the record because they're in the statute, but I think at a very minimum they have shown that factors A, D, G, and H in the ordinance they've complied with. There's arguments for the others. But I think that's, to me, that's a satisfactory showing. I do appreciate the adjustments made. It certainly is not out of place here. It's surrounded by multifamily, and I think there's a good use for this, to redevelop this parcel in this way. So I'll be in favor if somebody makes a motion in that direction. Mr. Ellison.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move the site plan as resubmitted with all the contingencies as listed by the planning department, and that's it.
All right. Motion to recommend approval to the City Commission with all the contingencies recommended by the Planning Department. Is there a second to this motion? Second by Commissioner Douglas. Is there further discussion on this item? Mr. Etheridge.
Just for clarification's sake, the ex-mayor's motion did specifically state the site plan. Do you want the conditional rezoning, Mr. Murphy, to be part of that motion?
Well, there's a suggested motion in the packet which, if you're referring to that, does specifically include the reference to the conditional rezoning and the associated
Right, that's
site
sort of what I
plan.
was alluding to, yes, sir.
I didn't see a motion in the packet.
That's page 3 of 4 in the packet.
Perhaps you can affirm if you
and-
intended on referencing the motion in the agenda packet.
Yeah, I want to appreciate that because indeed he didn't use those words.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not finding the revised motion in here.
If I may, I think the question is really, you said a motion to approve the site plan, but you're recommending to the commission both the conditional rezoning
Yes,
and
I'm
the
sorry,
site plan.
yes,
So I
exactly.
think they're just looking
Yeah.
for clarification that was the intent
That was
of
the
your
intent of my
motion.
motion, to prove everything they submitted in front of us with the site plan and the conditional rezoning. Yes, that was my intent.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, given that clarification, is there any further discussion on the motion? Mr. Dresden.
I will be voting in favor of this motion. I was in town for the September meeting, and this is really one of those classic examples where I came to this meeting tonight 100% on the fence. I didn't know which way I was going to go, and it was really going to be up to what the people in the audience said. If if I personally was going to push back a little bit harder, maybe ask for this or maybe ask for that. But the fact that nobody came out and spoke against it says to me that this developer must have checked all the boxes that they were looking for, and they're content with what we're seeing moving forward, as nobody said a word. So that being the case, I will be in support.
All right, and I just want to, Ms. Beaky.
I was going to mention there are 4 emails that were submitted, so
Yes.
written comments were submitted.
Yes,
that,
which I-
that opposed the.
Yes, I reviewed those comments. They might have been late, I don't know. Okay,
Just that there's not nobody.
any further discussion on this item? All right, hearing none. The motion on the table is to recommend approval of the conditional zoning and the site plan of the city commission with all of the contingencies recommended by the planning department. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
No, I'm.
Oh, you were no, I'm sorry. So we have
One.
5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses and 1 no. I apologize. All right, nonetheless, motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone.
We're ready
Good
to
luck.
move. Yes, I think we're ready to move on to the next item. All right, next item is which is the next item here? Oh, here it is. Special land use SB 231116 at 1314 Northwood Boulevard. Mr. Murphy, please walk us through this.
This is a religious institution located at the intersection of Crooks, Webster Road, and Northwood Boulevard. There's been a long history of an independent daycare facility on the ground floor of the religious institution. The petitioner can express the recent history, but my understanding that the daycare tenant, past daycare tenant moved out, a new one wants to move in. For some reason, the previous daycares did not have the required on-site outdoor play area that's associated with not only the city's zoning ordinance, but also the state license that they have to obtain. So they're here seeking a special land use permit to place an outdoor play area. I'll hover over it on the Google Street View image, and then I'll bring it up on the drawings. An outdoor play area between the backside of the building and the adjacent historical society of the old fire station building. So they're seeking site plan and special land use approval in order to create that required outdoor play area. And I can take any questions that you may have.
Mr. Esprey.
Yeah, Mr. Murphy, let me get my mic on, sorry about that. Yeah, I was going to ask you, sir, because when I read this, I was sort of like, wow, this kind of surprises me that's in front of us. Can you really explain in a little more detail what's driving this?
They did not have a designated outdoor play area prior, and they approached us asking for that permission and to do interior renovations to the building to renovate the prior daycare space. So we were able to provide a signature of approval for the interior renovations, but the outdoor play area this is in the one-family residential zoning district, which does allow daycare facilities associated with religious institutions, but the required outdoor play area is specified as a special land use in the zoning ordinance. So in order to establish that outdoor play area, they do require site plan and special land use approval from you.
All right, but that's not being driven by the state as part of their licensing requirement as well?
It is not only a requirement under the city zoning ordinance to have an outdoor play area, it is unquestionably required by the state, and the size that they're proposing is the state's minimum.
Okay, very good, thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Murphy? All right. Let's call up the petitioner. Please come to the microphone, introduce your team, and tell us why you're entitled to the relief you seek.
My name is Al Tuomaala, and my address is 3021 Helen Court in Royal Oak. I, as a member of the Royal Oak Church, along with Joe Lendo, who is the chairman of the Board of Trustees of our church, are here tonight to represent the church in our request for special land use approval to construct and maintain a 1,200 square foot playground on the church property. The playground is required by state licensing regulations in order to support a licensed child daycare facility. For decades, the church has offered a preschool/daycare program conducted mostly by our volunteers. In 2020, the program was suspended due to the COVID pandemic. Fortunately, we've been presented with an opportunity to develop a licensed child daycare center for 25 to 30 children ranging in age from 2 to 5 years. It will be operated by an experienced professional daycare organization and funded jointly by the church and the daycare operator. In addition to interior building renovations required for state licensing, the outdoor playground is necessary for a licensed operation. We respectfully request your approval.
All right, are there questions for the petitioner? All right, hearing none, I guess I would say, why don't you have a seat? This is a special land use, so we have a public hearing on this. All right, is there anyone in the audience who would like to come forward and speak on the issue of the special land use on this item? That is 3 times in a row, wow. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to close the public hearing and we'll bring it back to this side of the table. Do we have questions among ourselves? We want to bring the petitioner back. Any comments, questions from the panel there? Ms. Beakey.
I just have a comment. I really appreciate this reopening of this daycare, and I'm glad to see the addition of the outdoor play space. I'm all for this. As we've heard in other presentations about daycares, we have a very big deficit in terms of numbers of interested families needing daycare. And I think this is also a lovely place to have a daycare in the play area right between the church and the historic society building, because when people visit the museum, maybe they'll be lucky enough to see some nice kids playing outside. So I'm all for this.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mayor.
And not only will I say there's a deficit and wholeheartedly agree with Ms. Beakey's comments, but I'll also say placement as well. So having this near and about, I mean, right there's neighborhoods all around. And so having these types of services that are run by professionals in geographic proximity to parents who need to have care for their children, it's not just the amount, but where they're located as well, for not just convenience, but I remember my kids were little. Every 10 minutes, every 5 minutes was really, really valuable. So if you could save a little bit of a commute and have a trusted partner nearby to help you out, I think it's a good thing for our community and for the neighborhood.
All right, thank you. Other comments, questions, or a motion? Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will move approval of the special land use and site plan as submitted with the standard contingencies.
I support.
I got a question. This is 2 votes, though. We need 2 votes.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. All right,
So-
I'll move approval of the special land use.
All right. Is there a second?
Support. Second.
By Ms. Beakey. Okay, further discussion of this issue? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to call for a voice vote, but I'm going to pay more attention this time. All those in favor of the motion to approve the special land use, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion is carried unanimously. Let's move on to the site plan. Is there discussion of the site plan? Commissioner Douglas?
I'll move approval of the site plan with the contingencies 1 through 6 as listed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Beakey. Is there a discussion of this issue? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to call for a voice vote on the motion to approve the site plan with the listed contingencies provided by the planning department. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Congratulations, good luck to you. Continue good luck to you. All right. Next is a public hearing on special land use and site plan SB 23-11-17. This is at 31786 Woodward Avenue. Mr. Murphy, please give us a preview.
The site's located on Woodward Avenue between Chester and Hunter, and it also has an adjacent 20-foot wide public alley. Some board members may recall that in 2015, they were approved to redevelop the site with a new gasoline filling station that had an associated convenience store with sale of alcohol and a carryout restaurant. The Planning Commission's approval in 2015 explicitly did not provide them the opportunity to have outdoor display and sales of merchandise. And they've had items for display and sale adjacent to the building for several years now. So they are seeking approval to retain what was originally never approved. They're also seeking an opportunity to construct a new independent drive-through building, a drive-through restaurant, coffee house building on the south side of the property, and I'll turn to the site plan for that. So the proposed prefabricated building would not have any interior seating. It would be for employees only. And it does have a walk-up window on the woodward side facade. And of course, it has a drive-up window for drive-through service as well. Both of the uses, the display and sale of outdoor items adjacent to the convenience store, as well as the drive-through element of the proposed building, both of those are special land uses, and both of them require approval, independent or not, from the Planning Commission tonight. The new building, as you can see on the drawing, and I'll hover over it, the new building is located on the south side of the property. It is approximately a foot off of the south property line on Chester Road. And the Planning Commission does have discretion over the placement of the building. There is a requirement for 25 feet, but the ordinance does say that the Planning Commission does have discretion during the course of site plan review. We do require 8 stacking spaces for any drive-through restaurant. And the stacking spaces start at the point of service, so the drive-through window. And you'll see shown on the petitioner's drawing that they do provide at least 8 parking spaces, but they're dependent upon the city's adjacent public alley in order to accommodate that. Currently, they do have a license agreement for use of the alley in placement of back in 2015, the Planning Commission required them to put in a masonry screening wall along the east side of the public alley. So they approached the City Commission in order to accomplish that, because that required item is in the city's public alley. So they do have a license agreement for that. But you can see right now that the alley goes through all the way from Chester to Hunter, if I'm correct. And they're proposing on the concept to close the alley at Chester and add landscaping so that they can accommodate the stacking spaces for the associated drive-through coffee restaurant building. So they're dependent upon the city's public alley for use of the stacking. We required a number of stacking spaces. Obviously, there's a central point of access to the site from Woodward Avenue. And you'll have people going to the convenience store, which has a carry-out restaurant. You'll also have customers, like you do now, customers driving to the fuel pumps to obtain fuel for their vehicles. And now we'll have the additional element of people going the opposite direction on the south side of the property for use of the drive-through restaurant. So there's some concern over the number of components of items occurring on the site and the traffic flow associated with them. We certainly do have some concerns over that. All of the existing uses require 35 parking spaces. The existing site provides 39, so they're compliant. But obviously they're proposing to place the new building on a portion of the property which is currently parking. So they'd be removing parking, and of course the new building requires a certain amount of parking in and of itself. So the existing uses plus the Tim Hortons building require 39 parking spaces. And you can see on the drawing on the screen that the proposed site plan, modified site plan, provides 27. So they would be deficient in the number of off-street parking spaces. The prefabricated building measures 14 feet 9 inches to the roof line, and I'll scroll to that elevation. You can review that. It's a newer concept building that the petitioner, I'm sure, can highlight how it's been deployed across different places in this country and others. But you can see to the roof line, it measures 14 feet 9 inches, and at its tallest point of the parapet wall, it measures 23 feet 9 inches. The Planning Commission does have some discretion over the height of parapet walls and the building's facade and landscaping, of course, as well. Staff does have some concerns with regard to whether the parapet wall is purely intended for signage, and obviously under the city's signing ordinance, we don't allow signs on facades that project above the roof line. So, as shown, they would need to come back to you to seek a variance from the sign ordinance to have a sign on the building on the parapet wall which extends above the roof line. So staff's concern is that if you feel it's also appropriate that the parapet wall not exceed the height of any mechanical equipment on top of the roof. And the petitioner can highlight what the intended height of the mechanical equipment would be. We certainly don't want a parapet wall going so much above and beyond purely for the point of having signage upon it. So we don't have any objection over the outdoor sales and displays. We do have suggested contingency associated with that, but we've noted the concerns with regard to adding the additional drive-through restaurant. It would require, and I'm going to go back to the site plan again so that everyone can have an understanding of what I'm referring to. So this is the public alley. Again, they're proposing to close it, to utilize it for stacking spaces associated with the drive-through facility. The Planning Commission does have discretion in the zoning ordinance to allow adjacent public alleys to be an escape lane. So we require what's referred to as an escape lane for all drive-through facilities, and for those waiting in line in the stacking spaces to get to the point of service, we require an adjacent drive aisle lane as an escape lane, so that if someone wishes to no longer wait in their line to come to the menu board and place their order, they think it's taking too long, they can enter that escape aisle and exit. So the Planning Commission does have the discretion to allow an adjacent public alley to be used as the required escape lane, but obviously they're unable to provide an escape lane on the site, as well as provide all of the stacking that's required on the site. And they would be required, if you do grant site plan special land use approval, they would be required to then proceed to the Zoning Board of Appeals to seek a variance from the minimum number of required parking spaces for the site, the required escape lane, which they're unable to provide, and the number of stacking spaces as well. If the Zoning Board of Appeals approve the variances, they would then proceed to the City Commission to request to have the existing license agreement for use of the alley modified so that it matches this drawing. In essence, allowing them to close the alley at the south end and use it for the required stacking spaces, as well as the menu board that's shown on the drawing. And we have obvious concerns over the placement of the menu board that close to the proximity of the adjacent single-family dwelling, and the number of cars that'll be idling in the stacking spaces as well. So I encourage you to keep all those things in mind as you converse with the petitioner about their proposal, and prior to that, if you have any questions for me, I can assist with that.
All right, are there further questions for Mr. Murphy? Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, and I apologize. In the calculation, we talked about the number of parking spots. To clarify, we don't count the drive-through stack spots where you see, like I think in the depiction there's like 8 cars. We don't count those in the parking calculation, so to speak.
No, they have that separate count, and that we require at least 8 spaces stacked in order to get to that point of service, the drive-through window. but we don't count
It's
them as
it's in the
separate parking
separate
spaces.
stacking requirement, not the overall, they're not considered blended into the overall parking numbers.
That is absolutely correct.
Good. Thank you for that clarification.
Ms. Beaky?
I'm not sure if you can answer this question, but I'll pose it, and then if you can answer, great. With the multiple businesses functioning there, the gas station as well as the convenience store, if they were to add a walk-up coffee place that was only walk-up, so someone would have to park, or they'd have to come by bike or come by from the neighborhood, and it had that same dimension, would they require more? Would there be a requirement for more parking spaces if there were no drive-through and they were to put that coffee station there just as a walk-up window? Or do they already have sufficient based on the other businesses already functioning there? Because it's a small structure, so I assume it doesn't really require a lot of parking if there's no drive-through.
Are you referencing the fact if they added a walk-up window to the existing building to provide coffee? Or
No, even if they put this function there, but it only had walk-up, no drive-up.
Yes, the building, people work inside the building, so we do count it at a certain threshold. Certainly a lot less of a required number of parking spaces versus if there was seating inside for customers, then the parking requirement, it becomes much more intense. But we certainly do have people working inside the building, and this particular building requires, I believe in the write-up, it refers to 4 parking spaces per our calculation. So yes, if they did not have a drive-through window, the building with its walk-up window would still require 4 additional parking spaces.
Thank you.
Mr. Esbree?
Mr. Murphy, can you clarify one thing? Can you clarify one thing for me? When it comes to the stacking, you mentioned that's one of the things that they would have to go in front of the zoning board to get relief for the amount of stacking spaces that are being provided?
It's not on their property. They would be required to...
because it's in the public alley, that's what's driving that ordinance, or that requirement?
They would be required to seek a variance from the required escape lane.
Gotcha, okay.
Yes,
okay.
the escape lane.
All right,
Which they're just physically unable to provide at the site. And perhaps the petitioner can speak to that and how they envision being able to, I'll say, accommodate something of that nature, whether that's people going down up the north side of the alley, what have you, I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Douglas?
Thank you, Chair. So, the alley is a two-way alley, so it accommodates 2 lanes. So why can't it accommodate both stacked cars and escaping cars? Now, they would have to leave the Chester Street end open, but once they did that, then people could escape using that space in the alley, yes?
Yes, if they did not close Chester, the alley could function physically as an escape lane, presuming somebody isn't coming northbound on the alley. I could imagine people seeing the number of cars waiting on Woodward Avenue to get in the single drive lane to the site and turning up Chester and taking the shortcut around to sneak around and get in. At that point, then you wouldn't have the ability for people to escape and go past. But that's something that you can certainly discuss with the petitioner as to the closure or not. Staff had suggested in initial conversation that we would highly encourage them to close the alley at Chester so that it prevents that from occurring, from customers trying to come northbound on Chester, the alley off of Chester, and then make that sharp turn to get into the drive aisle, and then you have other people coming in the site. It just adds to points of conflict, in our opinion. But perhaps the petitioner analyzed that themselves, and they can speak to that.
Because one might also speculate that the kind of people who go here are regular customers, and they might figure out quickly that they could turn east on Hunter and stack in the entire alley behind the convenience store.
I think there are probably endless possibilities, yes.
Sorry?
I think there are probably endless possibilities. Yeah. And of course, we're not discussing the customers that come to the fuel pumps or the convenience store, which has its own carryout restaurant and sale of merchandise, including alcohol.
Got it. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Murphy? All right, seeing none, I'm going to call up the petitioner. I would ask you to introduce yourself, introduce your team, and tell us why you are entitled to the relief you are seeking.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, I'm Dennis Cowan of the firm of Plunkett Cooney, and I am here this evening with our full ownership and design team. First, I have Ken Lucia, who is one of the owners, and Leif Kassab, who's in the back. They co-own the property. We also have Scott Tuvian from Boss Engineering, which is responsible for the design, and it will address many of the questions which you've raised in the preliminary round. And also Raphael Putras. Raphael is our builder with RSP Construction, Inc. So a couple preliminary points, then I'm going to hand it over to Scott to walk you through the site plan and our response to some of the issues which have been raised and that we quite frankly anticipated. So this Shell Station and the Barrels and Vine store and associated businesses all opened in 2017. The owner worked cooperatively with the city in establishing a brownfield district in order to remediate some prior contamination that had been on the site by another owner. The business has been very successful. The neighbors in the area, the immediate residential areas, consider this to be their convenience store, and there's a very good relationship that the owners have built over the years, and I think that is manifested in the fact that we had a petition that was presented with 30 signatures, and I do have in my stack of stuff here another 13, which I'd like to present to you for that have been ascertained in the last couple of days. And these are all from people, primarily actually 19 signed on Hunter and 4 on Chester, but also from some of the surrounding streets. So we were very pleased to have that good relations with the neighbors, and they are supportive of this effort. This will be the first of its kind in this area, what we call a mini Tim Hortons drive-through. We started originally by the company, which you may know is from Canada, but they have some there. They also have placed some of these in West Virginia, in Ohio, and Florida. It is a small building. It's about 650 usable square feet. It was always the goal of the business to have a national coffee service that they could have on site. In the post-COVID world, it's a mandatory requirement that that kind of service be a drive-through. One of the things that happened in COVID, and it's been sustained, is there was a 20 to 25% increase in drive-through business, and there was an excess of 100% of ordering by digital means, and either pick up at a window or pick up inside a store. So it really has, goes without saying that this really a requirement that Dunkin' Donuts does have. You will occasionally find a non-drive-in in some particular places such as strip centers and things like that, but for these purposes, especially with the mini concept, drive-through is needed. There is also an ulterior motive for doing this, and it's a very important one. There has been, over the last 3 years, a very difficult situation at the business that has been created, and I used in my letter to you cruisers. I don't want to call them cruisers because I don't want to dignify them. I would call them loiterers. And these are people who use the cruising that happens in the summer. It's a summertime event now, as many of you know. It's not just one weekend in August. And as a result, what has happened is they literally have taken over this parking area. and it's caused a lot of disruption. And if I showed you some of the videos, it's unbelievable. So they even go and take over the the sites at the gas pumps. And so we've worked very carefully or closely, the business has, with the police department, but you know, people find ways to get around things. They go buy a bag of chips and say, I'm a customer, and things of that nature. So there was some success in getting some of the folks out, but by and large, it continued and persists to this day. And I think some of you may have even witnessed some of this behavior. And so there, again, they would like to have the opportunity to put this Tim Hortons for, first and foremost, a business reason and service customers, but second of all, to rid themselves of this, what I would call occupation that happens in the spring, summer, and early fall by people who, quite frankly, are from Royal Oak, because they found out through the police checking license plates and things that most of these people are not from our community, and I think that's unfortunate. We have talked with the police department, and they believe that this will help the situation with the invaders or loiterers, but also that it would be helpful perhaps in alleviating the situation a little bit south with Starbucks, because as many of you know, people who are looking for coffee in the morning on Woodward, they're either driving north or south. They're probably not going to cross over unless they really need a fix of whatever their favorite coffee is. And right now in that area around 13 Mile Woodward, which is very busy because of Beaumont, now Corwell, and other businesses in and around the area, they're pretty much going to stay in that north or southbound lane. This will provide another alternative. And I do want to make it very clear, we are not Starbucks. And I say that because when I told my wife about this, she said, you're not going to have the Starbucks problem, are you? And I said, no. If you look, we have not only the 8 stacking spaces which are required, but if you kind of draw the cars all the way down to the sidewalk, we have the equivalent of 16 stacking spaces. That's double what is required. So if we had a run on Tim Hortons coffee in the morning and nobody went to Starbucks, we're not going to have a problem of stacking back onto Woodward like we do down the street. And also we do have 27 parking spaces as opposed to there's 11 spaces at Starbucks. So we're not trying to jam something on this property. The location of the building, which Scott will talk about, is primarily driven by the fact that we had to avoid 2 areas in placing the building. One is engineering department informed us that we had to avoid building over the stormwater detention area, which is to the southern part of the property. And also you note on the plans that the hookups for the gasoline trucks are right there in that area also. So there was no real alternative other than to go to the far southern end of the lot line. So those introductory remarks being said, I'd like to invite Scott to come up and talk and walk you through the site plan and address some of the issues such as the escape lane and things of that nature. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you all. As he mentioned, my name is Scott Tuziant with Boston Engineering, 3121 East Grand River Avenue in Howell, Michigan. Mr. Murphy did a great job of providing an intro about the project. So I'm going to speak primarily about some of the main concerns that are brought up in the letters. One of which is going to be the parking deficiency. Ultimately, a variance will need to be sought. The other is occupation of or utilizing the alleyway for the stacking spaces in addition to the menu board. And then the third and primary is location of the building. And actually a fourth one is ultimately why no escape lane was provided. So to provide insight into ultimately how the site was laid out, just thinking about the building and its placement, you know, the site as it exists today has 3 access points: Chester, Hunter, and Woodward. The primary of which is of course off of Woodward. And as Mr. Murphy had indicated, that maintaining that access point off of Chester, especially in close proximity to where we would ultimately have this building be placed, does introduce additional points of conflict. It just introduces more variables total. So eliminating that really cleans up the overall site circulation. And again, a majority of the site users are coming in from Woodward and turning right into the site. So thinking about, alternate locations that this building could go, of course, really we're limited to the south third of the site, of which there is really important existing infrastructure in the underground storage for stormwater as well as the underground fuel tank. We didn't want to put the building too close to the canopy because we wanted to ensure that the drive-through lane was, had adequate separation from the primary access way or the lane of travel of cars coming in and out of Woodward. So ultimately we wanted to, that guided our thought process to want to isolate this building to almost operate independently on the south side of the site. So as far as its location, it is proposed to be a foot off of the right-of-way there on Chester. I'll note that is pretty consistent with really this portion, this corridor of Woodward Avenue of buildings being built right up adjacent to the right-of-way. Additionally, putting it close to the right-of-way there does maximize the potential for additional stacking spaces beyond what's required by ordinance. So we do provide 8 as shown. So kind of getting into the placement of the stacking spaces within an occupation within the alleyway. Ultimately, because the Chester Road access point is being closed, and you're cutting off that two-way circulation point, that southern half of the alleyway, the southern half of the site, that is, really isn't necessary in the sense of circulation for an alleyway. So the viewpoint again was to utilize that additional space as the stacking. So getting into the escape lane, I'll note the most likely people that will try to escape or leave a drive-through lane are the people near the end of the line. You notice the speed at which the line is moving isn't to your standard or liking. Something comes up, etc. So I'll note that the last few cars in that are required for the stacking and any beyond would be able to escape through that parking lot just prior to the dumpster pad. So a partial provision for again, the primary people that would need to or want to escape is there. Additionally, just talking about the building and ultimately what's being proposed is this is a small footprint building. The operation is drive-through. There's no indoor seating or outdoor seating as Mr. Murphy had initially opened with. So their business is drive-through. It's going to be, these smaller buildings, although this is newer for Tim Hortons, there's another brand similar to Scooter's Coffee. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Very similar setup, a small, narrow, roughly 20-foot wide building, again, focusing on just drive-through. So their goal is to turn people over. They don't want cars sitting in the lane in that drive-through. So they don't have as many options as say, more landmark coffee shops do. Again, ultimately to promote that turnover and have cars cycle through the drive-through. I will note from a standpoint of circulation and safety and circulation on site, the exit point of the drive-through is not right at a location of primary travel. In other words, we're not discharging cars right after the drive-through right into that primary access point off of Woodward. Again, the whole goal of keeping that building to the far south achieved that. So in talking about parking, so currently the site is compliant, a few excess spaces actually. Over time, this site has had the ability and fortune of time to know that they don't need that much parking. That is the amount of parking they currently have on site. And because they don't need it, and it is oftentimes available, that is why it is being occupied by loiterers. So knowing that ultimately, yes, it doesn't meet the ordinance requirement for the parking, but also knowing the current business model for what is out there, in addition to this coffee shop and what it needs, which again, a handful of employees, we're talking 2 to 3 employees inside to facilitate this small building. Because quite frankly, you're not going to get many people that park and walk up unless they're at the pumps and they go and walk up and try to get a coffee while their car is being filled. So we still don't believe we need as much as we show, but we also recognize we don't want to be we don't want to be in a spot where we're more efficient than we have to be. We want to reduce the amount of variance that ultimately we're seeking for parking. So with that being said, just talking about how people, just human nature, what is seen and how people use the gas stations. A lot of people that do fuel up their cars do tend to, while their car is fueling, tend to run in and grab something really quick. So although those 12 fuel island spaces aren't included in parking calculations, in a actual matter of fact, some of them are, as far as people that are still utilizing the C-store while they are fueling up. So. Other than that, I think those were the primary points I wanted to bring up, so I'll pass it off for any discussion or any additional questions.
All right, are there questions for the petitioner? Mr. Ellison.
Now, hopefully I have just a simple question. Have you established a typical time for turnover on a transaction? Someone comes in, goes to the menu board, orders their meal, gets to the window, pays for it, and leaves. Have you got an established time frame for that?
We would have to consult ultimately with the franchise about what they're seeing at their other locations.
I'm assuming this is going to be the full Tim Hortons menu.
3.38.
This doesn't have the full kitchen footprint that the typical location would have.
Then that makes it much easier.
Yeah.
I'd be concerned if they're fresh making their breakfast sandwiches. So it's going to be donuts and bagels and.
Right, and again, a lot of coffee. I'm not personally a coffee drinker, so I don't know all the ins and outs of variations that people can order on their coffee, but just knowing some things that, again, just kind of using on a Starbucks as an example. There's a lot of different options you can have on your coffee, right? So this being kind of more of a quick turnover model, that's not really an option. Right. They have stuff ready to go.
That's what I want to hear.
Yeah.
I was concerned about something holding up the progress. We got 8 stacked, and then all of a sudden we got 12 stacked, and then we got because someone's getting a special sandwich.
Sure.
So that's not going to happen. Okay.
Other questions for the petitioner? Okay, I have one. Don't go away. So, I'm sure there has been a time where the escape lane was not required. I know this to be a fact because when I was in Sturgis, I went to the Hot and Now, and it's a long thing with no escape lane. My question for you is, have you done other drive-through facilities, food facilities, that don't have an escape lane? If so, where? Tell us about them.
So most of the facilities that we do are the larger footprint, and they have more options. They are drive-through restaurants. In those cases, you do have longer order times, in which case you do want to promote or allow more access for escape. In this case, this being a unique, I personally have not done a, let's call it a small satellite coffee shop like this. Again, just thinking about the business model of the use and that quick turnover for getting people their coffee and out, it wasn't as high of a priority. And knowing that yes, you're correct, it hasn't always been required, and some places still don't require. It wasn't as much of a driving factor, I guess, in summary, as, say, your more staple drive-through restaurants that we typically see. So again, this is kind of new for a lot of people, these satellite type, but I believe this is also going to be the first of many, ultimately, in the area. So,
Mr. Ellison.
Just a quick comment. The wonders of the internet. We can look it up and find out that the average turnover time for Tim Hortons is 3.38 minutes. And if you get a bigger sandwich, it's 4.38 minutes. But you see, you have the ask the question, it's right there. I compliment Mr. Horton for doing that research for me.
And the average time for a Starbucks is close to 5 minutes. And this is actually something I found out in Starbucks, because the first thing when I saw this come up, I was like, the same thing I guess Mr. Cowan's wife had, is like, are we going to have another issue on Woodward? And I think the design is certainly way different, but immediately I thought, what is the throughput of a Starbucks line versus that of a McDonald's or that of a Dunkin' Donuts or that of a Tim Hortons? And even more specifically, this time doesn't account for the quick service feature that we're seeing here. So what it's suggesting is in the timing, like Starbucks has an immensely more complicated menu, like you were suggesting, and the other competitors, let's say Dunkin' and Tim Hortons, do not. You might be able to get a whipped cream and milk and caramel in your drink, and you're on your way in a very quick order, which this isn't about drive-throughs, what I found in Forbes, but it's more about, revenue, turnover, throughput of customers, and why some are outperforming others in terms of financial results. But I thought it very interesting, so I shared it.
Sure,
Mr.
make him
Ellison
ask the question.
to answer his question.
All right, Ms. Beakey? If
I
you're
was just asking, we have to move to a public hearing eventually, right? Before we discuss? Isn't there a
yes.
public hearing on this one?
Yes, there is.
Okay. I was just curious.
Yeah, okay. I think we're still on the petitioner. I have some questions. I'll tell you this, it's a good idea, Ms. Beakey, we should move to the public hearing. Even if you're turning people through at 3.5 minutes, I'm looking at the site plan and it shows to me 5 cars that may not be able to escape. That means they may be sitting there between 15 and 20 minutes with no escape lane. That is a concern to me. The other thing is, I'm not a designer, but this site plan, and I've been to the site, it doesn't appear to me that you could not design this with an escape lane. That's what I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but it looks like you could. So I'm concerned about no escape lane. But, Ms. Beakey.
I guess I'll add a comment. I was thinking to save it until after the public hearing, but as far as using the alley also as something that would be permitted for this car use rather than as an alley exists now, which is also for walking and biking, I think that's a bit excessive in terms of how the site plan is designed.
All right. Is there any other questions for or comments to the petitioners before we open the public hearing? All right, seeing none, I'm going to ask the petitioner to have a seat, and I'll open the public hearing on the special land use. And before I do, Mr. Murphy, so we've got 2 things going on here. We've got a request for a special land use bundled together. One is for the outdoor display, and one is for a special land use to have a drive-through service.
Correct.
There's 2 different ones.
So if we were to approve this, we'd still have to approve the site plan afterwards.
Yes.
Okay, so, Mr. Ellison.
Quick question for Ms. Murphy. You had mentioned earlier that we've got to get the land use for outdoor display, outdoor sales. Is that part of, this all rolled into this same thing here?
Should be a separate memo. It should be a separate motion.
So it will be a separate action.
It's a separate motion when it comes to addressing the special land use, because they're both special land uses.
Okay,
so it's appropriate for you to act independently in making a motion of those, unless you want to lump them all together.
Your proposed motion is a little bit, it's a little bit confusing, so yes. So 2. That's what you're recommending?
Yes, it's appropriate to independent, and I stepped out. I'm hoping that you conversed with the applicant about the outdoor sales.
About the what?
Outdoor sales and display.
Not really. That's okay. All right. So I'm going to open the public hearing, and just with that clarification, there's 2 separate motions this commission is going to take up for special land use. One is going to be for the outdoor displays, and the other one is going to be for the drive-through. Are there members of the public who would like to come forward and speak on this special land use item? Please come on up, introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, my name is Cynthia McAvoy and I'm the property owner of 3722 Hunter Avenue. Firstly, I would like to express my support for Barrels and Vines' success, and I also support their desire to find a solution to alleviate the loitering cruiser issue, since this affects us, the neighbors and residents as well. Currently, there are 3 entrance exits to Shell and Barrels and Vines, one on Woodward Avenue, one at the alley on Chester Road, one at the alley on Hunter Avenue. The proposed plans for the addition of Tim Hortons include closing the alley at Chester Road. Whether my neighbors on Hunter Avenue were aware of this when they signed the petition, I do not know. By closing Chester Road Alley, 4 things will happen. 1, Barrels and Vines will have possession of the public alley. 2, Hunter Avenue will inherit increased vehicle and truck traffic from Barrels and Vines customers who currently use our street and neighborhood as a shortcut. 3, Hunter Avenue will experience increased accidents due to the northwest positioning of the alley at Hunter. Traffic turning in and out east of the alley requires a sharp, wide turn. Hunter Avenue is a narrow street and unable to safely accommodate wide turns. I have personally witnessed 2 accidents, and I predict there have been more. Number 4, the loitering problem will continue to be an issue at the alley on Hunter Avenue. Loiterers will still gather behind the Barrels and Vines building on the east side, where they are able to hide from Woodward Avenue visibility. When patrolling police cars arrive, the loitering cruisers quickly disperse by speeding onto Hunter Avenue and then return once the police leave. Therefore, I suggest closing the Hunter Avenue alley as well. By doing so, Barrel and Vines customers will enter and exit from the street address of the business, Woodward Avenue, and Hunter Avenue residents will greatly benefit from reduced vehicle traffic, congestion, and speeding. I respectfully thank you, Commissioners and Mr. Mayor, for your time and consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else like to come up and speak on the special land use for either one of these items? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the side of the table, ask commissioners if we have further questions for the petitioners, for Mr. Murphy. Among ourselves, Ms. Beakey.
I guess I have a general comment. Again, at this location, and I wasn't familiar with the issue about the cruisers and that kind of thing, and I'm glad to hear the owner working on that. But given the fact that Royal Oak is one of the few areas in the whole entire region as well as state that really emphasizes walkability and neighborhood businesses, I can't support a special land use for a drive-through. I think it's inappropriate. Walkability has been a part of our master plan since 1988. I'm very pro modifying Woodward Avenue and making it more neighborhood-friendly and slower. In conjunction with, or consistent with the 2014 Complete Streets design of Woodward Avenue, and also in conjunction with the extensive discussions we're having right now on our newest master plan. So that's one issue. So I can't support that. And also the issue of the alley being given over, I think also as a public right-of-way to a private function makes it even less so. I'd be very happy to see a coffee function there to complement the other businesses, if it's a walk-up and a bike-up and that kind of thing. And to the point about the alley misuse by people loitering and such, I don't know if this is something we've used in Royal Oak yet, but bollards that can be removed in the case of a fire or in case of something else, but where people can walk and bike through, but cars can't use an alley, could be something that would help relieve the stress on the neighbors, and is again something that's used a lot in other communities. I'm not sure if we have that in place yet, but it would be very functional. And with regard to the issue of outdoor signage and the special use in that regard, I guess I was not on the Planning Commission the last time it was advised that that would not be allowed, but I would be consistent with, I think, the previous denial of the outdoor signs given whatever was debated the last time. And so I understand that the petitioner has been going against what was advised, and so I don't think that, if I understood Mr. Murphy's initial address. But anyway, but as far as the drive-through is concerned, I can't support that on any level. Oh, and also it's inconsistent with our sustainability and climate action plan, just the notion of idling. If they wanted to have some pull-up spots for someone who is disabled and cannot get out of their vehicle, with the digital technology and the pre-ordering, that would be very, I'd be amenable to seeing, 5-minute pull-in, pull-out at the door for that function, but not for a drive-through.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, just a quick comment about the time, 3 minutes. That is actually from order to customer leaving after payment receives their, so when you look, it wouldn't be, I think on average 15 minutes, but there could be, some demurrage time there with cars that stack beyond the ordering that you can see in the drawing that go beyond the ordering window there. But I guess, or ordering sign, rather, whatever the menu board. I guess my question, I thought it was pretty intriguing. I mean, you're pretty much essentially cutting off with this plan, cutting off the throughput of the alley anyways, because on Chester, you've essentially blocked it off, which, you know, I think it's an interesting question we got at public comment. Does it make sense to look at Hunter, or does it make sense to do one of those where you kind of bump out the curb where it's a left turn only, or whatever it may be? And I'd be curious to understand, Mr. Murphy, maybe you have some ideas, and my colleagues here, what the impact would be as if we did close that off as well. Would that create too much congestion because there'd be less options and Woodward would get all congested, or is it not really meeting that critical mass? Does it make sense as a trade-off for the neighbors? Do you exit people to the left versus giving them the ability to turn right? I thought it was an interesting point, and I did not imaginate an answer, so I'm hoping my colleagues would enlighten me a little bit on their thoughts.
All right, I'll give you a thought. I think that I'm familiar with Arby's on Woodward, and I just had to remind myself, I went and looked at a picture of it. The escape lane in Arby's is the alley. It's very tight there. We've seen this before, they use the alley. When I look at the site plan, I don't understand why, and I say that as if I know what I'm talking about here, I don't. I have a question about why the alleyway has to be completely closed off to Chester. It seems to me that the easternmost portion could be left open as an escape lane as only southbound, and it seems to me that then you would have an escape lane because we know from Arby's that there's room to do that, you know. So anyways, I have some concerns. The math, I don't want to get in an argument about this, but if it's 3 minutes from order to getting your drink, there's still, the math is, that means that these 5 cars that I'm looking at might be sitting there for 15 minutes. The 5th car may sit there for 15 minutes and have no escape lane. That's a concern to me. Is it the end of the world? I don't know. My feeling about this is it seems like a coffee service here is a nice addition. I'd like to approve it as a special land use, but I'm probably not going to be supporting this site plan. That's where my head is at. So you asked me.
It's a minute, please.
Mr. Elson.
We are dealing with a complicated problem here. The problems at that Shell station go back 2 decades. That's when the Dream Crew started. That's when the previous owner of the Shell station allowed the cruisers to park in his lot and even encouraged them to come in and park in his lots. And that created the mindset that that lot was always available for people to park on a Friday or Saturday night and watch cars. So that's the mindset we're trying to get rid of. Over the years, over 20 years, the people that are doing this have changed. The people that used to go in there would follow the instructions, and if the police asked them to leave, they'd leave. These guys don't leave. So, you know, this business has a problem it needs to deal with. And so, I'm not sure if the Tim Hortons drive-through is the problem, but it certainly is something to get us going. Because if we do nothing, that's not going to change that problem up there. I don't know where I stand on this. I mean, I think we look at the bulk of the problems, the backup problems we're going to run into are going to be in the morning, because that's when people stop for their coffee. I mean, that's where we've got the problem at Starbucks is you know, when everybody's going to work or dropping the kids off at school or whatever, that's when traffic's all backed up. And I think, and I go past the Tim Hortons on 11 Mile and Stevenson, and they're always busy, but they've got a huge stacking area, so the cars are always in the lot. So you're going to have that problem of cars overflowing or increasing traffic. And I don't know how we get away with that until you get to 10:30 in the morning and the rush comes down and slows up. The other question I wanted to ask, I don't know if anybody's got that answer, is has the opening of the car wash impacted traffic problems on Hunter? Mr. Cowan, maybe you have that answer.
Well, the car wash exit, when you come in, the car wash exit's opposite Hunter. So I can't say for certain. I want to address, though, one issue about this timing, because I think it's very important. Because of the fact that there's very few of these minis right now, the timing that you referred to is for a full-service Tim Hortons.
Yep.
3.3 minutes. I would hazard to say that because you have very limited, it's probably in half. And let's face it, all of us go to drive-thrus, okay? And what's your number one decision when you pull in? Am I going to get in this line or not? How long is it and how long do I have? If I have 15 minutes, which is maximum situation, I'll wait. Or if it's something I really want. But this is a very quicker turnover, and there's very many escape opportunities, including just before you get to the menu board, cutting down the lane where the parking spaces are. So there's a whole, I think, first of all, the 3.38 minutes is a little overblown because that's based on a full-service Tim Hortons, not on a limited service Tim Hortons. And also, you make that decision when you pull in, and perhaps you make that decision even before you pull in. And there's one other option you have here. If you're gonna, if it is busy, you can always pull in and gas up and walk across and get one at the go through the door and get a coffee. You don't even have to get in the lane. You don't even have to get in that drive-thru. And I think that's going to be something that happens, is that people are going to gas up and either leave their car there when they're done, or while it's gassing up, which they're not supposed to do, they're going to walk across and get a coffee, or they can even go to the service station ahead of time, order a pickup, get their gas, and then go over and get their pickup order. So there's a lot of options to cut down on the waiting time, which I think will serve not to have the need for an escape lane. I think also, with respect to Chester and closing that off, and talking to Ken and Lath beforehand, a little bit of this was trying to be helpful to the neighbors on Chester. I wish we could solve all the problems of the world and also cut it off on Hunter, but I'm going to be realistic with you. I don't think your fire and police department and emergency services will ever allow you to have no access off that alley because you've only got one entranceway. I learned a long time ago, if there's an accident that blocks off that one driveway in off of Woodward, you have to have a second access point to get in. So although I would love to be able to do it, I think from a fire, police, and EMT safety issue, wouldn't be able to close off Hunter. But that was the idea of closing off Chester was also to prevent people from coming in, which we definitely think is going to cause a problem, but also to prevent people from escaping going out onto Chester because of the fact that they have ample time to make a decision and also ample alternatives to not even have to get into the drive lane.
Sure.
Can I finish where I was?
Hand up first.
Can I finish where I was?
I think it's not fair to say that everyone uses drive-thrus. I personally avoid them at all costs and walk into a place before I would ever go to a drive-thru or walk up to a window. But the other thing I also want to emphasize is to resolve the issue of loitering and people staying in the alley. Putting in a drive-in place is not going to resolve that issue, especially if this is something that goes on at night and other hours. I think it would be much more effective and appropriate in terms of that alley to do something with regard to, again, bollards or something else that's removable, if fully in conjunction with police and fire safety. And again, to have a coffee shop, as you just pointed out, if it's busy or if there were no drive-thru, people would walk up to it. You already have a convenience store, you have a gas station. And again, in this community and in this area, I don't think a drive-thru is an appropriate function, and it also definitely is not appropriate if we're trying to resolve loitering as the issue.
But seriously, Commissioner, there's 7 drive-thrus within a half mile either way.
And
this isn't like this is not an experience we have in Royal Oak already.
And that actually is the
we
other
have
thing
drive-thrus.
The other thing I wanted to point out also, and I would like to see them phased out personally, but the other thing that Starbucks, if I do go on Woodward, it's usually between hours if I'm going to visit my mother. who is north of where I live, and that Starbucks is startlingly, has the cars on Woodward at all hours. And again, I think this is inconsistent with where we're headed as a community.
All right, Mr. Ellis.
Yeah, because I was in the middle of my discussion when I asked Mr. Count a question. But to go back to your concern, I've gone by Starbucks and there's nobody in there. So it's all happenstance of when you're going to do it. But there's no question that it's first thing in the morning when that is backed up. Because I go by there on the way to work and I see it. And then in the afternoon, people will stop it on his bed. But the primary time is in the morning. Now, this going back to this drive-through again, as I said, this can solve a couple of problems. I think it is knowing how the cars that come in there and loiter and how they like to position themselves so that nobody's within 6 feet of their car. Right. It's going to, it's going to persuade them not to come in here. They'll find some other place to go. But going back to what you were saying, Dennis, about access for emergency vehicles, we gotta have access for the dumpster. I mean, the dumpster cannot, the trash removal cannot come in off of Woodward because they'd have to drive under the canopy over the pumps to get in the back to service the back of the building or service the neighborhood. So to block off Hunter, the fire department won't let us do it to begin with because they've got to have access all the way around 360 degrees around the building, and you can't do that by driving under a gas canopy. So
That's a good point.
it's not the best plan, but knowing the situation from experience up in that particular location, it has a chance to kill the loitering, not kill the loiter, but abate the loitering problem. But it also has the opportunity to decrease the amount of people that are going to pull into Starbucks because they'll come another half mile forward and get their coffee here if they know it's going to be faster or shorter or whatever. And I think the Barrel and Vine, don't they serve coffee too?
We do.
Yeah, so I mean, it's like you were saying, you pull up, get your coffee, or get your gas, get your coffee, walk in, and Tim Hortons can do their own thing back there. So I don't think there is an ideal solution to this, but based on the shape of the property, the size of the property, and the business in that area, I think it's a situation that could work.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so since I decided to do a little impromptu research on the times, that seems to have distracted the conversation a bit. Let me make sure that I say again, that was for a full service Tim Hortons. It was associated with a number of different things. And, I had a marketing professor tell me one time that the average person, well, I won't say it because apparently some people might take it wrong, but the average person has one breast and one testicle. It tells you absolutely nothing about the person probably sitting next to you. So we can't always look at averages the right way, but what I see here is even if it takes 3 minutes, which seems like on the high end, and at the risk of offending the chair, my calculation, so you move 3 cars in 3 minutes. So that would be a minute a car. You have that's 30 a car. There's some posts here that say the target for a single transaction is 36 seconds. That's their target at Taco Bell and Tim Hortons. So I think the stack would probably move, but I think you get to that point of no return. And what might be interesting is, and I don't know if we've ever done it, but to have a sign, not a buyer beware sign, but hey, there's no escape lane after this point. So if you enter here, you're going to have to sit through somebody ordering and complaining that there's not enough caramel in their latte or something like that, or there's not enough cream in their coffee. You might have to wait an extra minute or two. And I've been in these before in other cities, and sometimes it's frustrating. The person in front of you paying with pennies, whatever it may be. But if there's a little bit of a sign there to warn the customers to say, hey, no turnaround past this point, so they understand and have clarity that they're getting into a singular lane, might be a little helpful. But I don't see the queuing with this type of service to be significant unless the operations are absolutely atrocious, of which it would be out of business within a month and it would be a moot point anyways.
Right. Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, thank you, Chair. There was an article I read within the past 2 weeks, might have been in the New York Times, about the growth in drive-through business. It's here to stay. Which the article made clear. I mean, COVID drove that, and as much as we may wish that people didn't sit idling in their cars waiting to get their coffee, that's a business model that exists, and there are businesses that exist to serve it. So I'm not inclined to deny a drive-through business for social reasons. I'm inclined to think that the people who shop here are going to be regulars. I think it's going to be rare that anybody gets surprised by the amount of time it takes for them to get their coffee. I also said, and I speculated about this earlier, that the savvy customers will come up Hunter and turn right into the alley and queue all the way down the back of the alley. Mr. Casada offered voiced a thought that I could also embrace, and that is to partially block Chester with signs that say exit only, no entry traffic. And by leaving that open, you make it possible for people who live on Chester to walk onto the site to go to the convenience store rather than going all the way up to Woodward. So I was initially skeptical about the lack of ability to escape, but I'm moderating my views, and I continue to enjoy the discussion we're having here about how we solve that, or if we need to solve it.
Other comments by the commissioners? Mr. Esby.
Yeah, to sort of piggyback on Ms. Douglas's point, I mean, Mr. Cowan, have you entertained the idea of making that last southernmost part of the alleyway one-way only, curved and directionalized to feed onto Woodward only and not feed into the neighborhood to create the walkability that she alluded to and so forth?
Yeah, first I want to point out that the master plan in section 5.1, and I'm reading this, use alleys as a second access to buildings, providing parking and pedestrian ways. I didn't make this up. Says it right there. It's exactly what we're asking for. And yes, we have no problem with the suggestion that Mr. Casada has made, and I think Commissioner Douglas and you are now mentioning, of allowing an exit only, no entrance, and that would be helpful to the folks on Chester. Quite frankly, the folks on Chester and Hunter, as well as other streets that come down, do walk through the alleyway. It's already walkable from that perspective, and has been. So we wouldn't have any objection to that modification.
Are there other?
And by the way, we'd also put the last chance sign up. I think that's a good idea. This is your last chance. After that, you're committed.
All right. Do we have, is that a hand?
It was a hand. I'm going to segue a little bit here. The issue of outdoor storage.
Yes.
At some point, when do we want to address that now?
We can address it right this minute.
Okie dokie. The previous special land use denied outdoor storage of everything, and yet there are things that gas stations sell that should be stored outdoors. Propane tanks and firewood. And it makes sense to put your ice machine out there also. So I might be inclined to allow them to store those items outside.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to just go ahead and respond to this because I believe I was on the Planning Commission, and my recollection, anybody can tell me I'm wrong, was that the request by the petitioner was we want 3 signs on 2 sides of the building. And we said in exchange for that, you can't put any signs in the windows. I didn't remember saying we couldn't have any outdoor displays. I don't actually remember that, but if that's what we said, we said. So it is slightly disappointing that they went ahead and did that. However, I've been by the building, and for the most part, they do not put signs in the window, especially on Woodward. I don't think I've ever seen a sign in the window. I also want to say this particular petitioner has done a terrific job keeping their light on their own property, which is an issue with me, as you know. And so I would be inclined to say, okay, this property owner and tenant play ball with us, and for the most part, they do what they say. I also understand the market pressure to say everybody. I don't think selling wood was a thing back when we approved this. Now it's become a thing. Everybody's selling wood. I don't think that was around before. So the market pressures have changed, and so I sort of sympathize that, we got to keep up with the other gas stations. I wish they would have come and asked for this affirmatively when they did it, but nonetheless, I think I want to remind the panel here that we have to have separate motions. We've been recommended that by Mr. Murphy. So one of the motions is going to be on the outdoor displays, all by itself. And then the next one, that would be the special land use, should they even be allowed. And then we're going to have a site plan to say where they're going to be allowed. We'll have to prove that. And then we have the special land use for the coffee and the site plan for that. So there's really 4 votes here. So we can start wherever you want. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'll just add, I mean, the reason why they're selling ice and wood and propane, and like definitely propane and wood, to Commissioner Douglas's point, makes sense to be outside, is because it's been established, even by the neighbor signatures, that this is a oasis for them of convenience. It has the things that they need, where if you want to promote walkability, you make the things that people want to buy closer to their homes. And so if they need to grab a bag of ice, or they need to grab a propane tank, it's nearby. They're not driving 3 miles to go get a propane tank. They're driving 300 meters to put it in the back.
You ever carried a propane tank? Never mind, go on.
Well, I mean, not necessarily walking, but still not having to drive down to somewhere further away to get those things. And some of those things are a little bit heavier, to your point, Chairman. And so having them outside of the store to be able to load into the car, I was at a store recently up north, and I had to lug, I didn't grab a cart because it was a busy time, 4th of July, there's no carts, and I'm carrying bags of ice through the grocery store as opposed to straight to my car out of the parking lot. So I do think that there's a reason why they carry that stuff. It's because the neighborhood wants it, the people in the vicinity want it, and they are kind of items that should be stored outside, at least a number of them, and they're a little bit bulkier that need to have a direct path to people's trunk. And it encourages them to shop local versus going further away from their neighborhood to procure these items. So I don't think it looks unkempt. I can see on Google Maps it looks nice to me. I would have no problem supporting that change.
Are you making a motion, or are you just talking about it?
I'll make a motion to that effect.
Okay, so there's a motion by Mayor Fournier to approve the special land use for the outdoor displays. Is there a second? Second by Mr. I'm going to call Mr. Ellison. Okay, is there further discussion of this issue? Remember, this is just the special land use. Ms. Beakey.
I appreciate the further clarification about previous discussions as well as these explanations, and I can support this special land use.
Okay. Further discussions on the special land use for the outdoor display motion? Okay, seeing, wait a minute, there's a public hearing on this, yes? Yes.
We had one.
We had one. Oh, we had one, yes, okay.
Thanks for everything.
Yes, okay. Okay, I'm going to call for the vote on the motion to approve the special land use for the outdoor display. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. So the special land use for the outdoor displays has been approved. Now, is there a further motion? Mr. Murphy, I'm going to ask for your advice. Would you, it seems to me that we might want to go to the next special land use before we move on to the site plan.
That's appropriate.
Okay. So the next item here is, is somebody going to make a motion regarding the special land use for the coffee service? Mr.
I'll
Ellison.
make the motion for a special land use for the coffee service.
All right. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Douglas. So we have a motion to approve a special land use for the drive-up coffee service. Is there further discussion of this? Seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
1 no, 5 yeses, motion passes, and so the special land use for the coffee service is approved. Mr. Murphy, going back to you, can you just point out to us the site plan for the outdoor displays and like your thoughts on it?
Page 9.
I'm sorry, you're looking for me to display it on the screen?
Yes, and I don't know that you addressed this in your preview here. Does the department have any concerns about the plan that's been proposed? And yes, I'd like to see it on the screen so we know what we're talking about.
Yes, so I'll zoom in on it a little bit. It's at the front entrance, which is on the south side of the building. And we did visit the site, and we, as always, excuse me, consult with different departments, including the fire marshal. And the fire marshal had concern over the existing items and their proximity to each other based on flammability, explosiveness. So the petitioner has modified the drawing to show where they would put specific items in compliance with the fire code and also not blocking any barrier-free parking spaces or barrier-free entrance to the building itself. So we'll say there's been some concern over that, and what's shown on the drawing is compliant.
Okay, and you're talking about the site plan drawing, and is the locations of the, it looks like four different outdoor display items, is that now what we're going to vote on, and do you have any concerns about it?
No, I don't have any concerns, and it would be appropriate to vote on it, sure.
Okay. All right. So, coming back to the side of the table, does anybody have any further comments, questions for the petitioner, Mr. Murphy, comments between each other, or motion on the site plan for the outdoor displays as shown on our packet? Mr. Redford.
Mr. Casado, I'll take a stab at this one, and Mr. Murphy, correct me if I get this wrong. I'll move the site plan 231117 with the 7 contingencies, A, 1 through D, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 as listed and stated by the planning department. Don't 8 through 11 apply to the coffee house?
We'll bring that up on the screen.
Yeah. It was a very precise motion, so it threw us off.
I thought we were talking about the storage.
There's a break in what Mr. Esbrey is referring to, the suggested motion. There is a clear delineation here. So yes, that is correct. These relate to the outdoor displays and the what was previously approved on the landscape plan in the last go-around in 2015. They would be required to make those modifications and implement those items.
Would it be, could I just ask you to repeat your motion, do you mind?
I'm not sure I can, and I got a thumbs up from the city attorney, so I should just keep my mouth shut.
Well, I'm going to let him do it.
No, so I'm making a motion for site plan 231117 with the contingencies A through D plus 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 as listed and stated by the planning department.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? Or was there already a second? Is there a second? Commissioner Douglas. She got it. Okay, so we have a second. Further discussion of the...
Yeah, the question, are we moving the entire site plan, which is the coffee house and the outdoor storage?
No.
No, this is
Because
just 1 through
I'm
7.
looking at this page here, and it's got item A, which is the coffee shop, and item B, which is the outdoor storage. So if you're moving the resolution or the recommendation from the Community Development Department on page, whatever page this is, the opening page.
No, I'm on page 9, feeding into page 10, where the planning department specifically listed the 7 contingencies
For
that their
the
department
outdoor
is
storage,
recommending,
okay,
and
so this is just the outdoor storage.
Strictly the displays.
Yes.
And I'm going to say that's probably appropriate given the conversation that's occurred with regard to potential modifications that you may or may not include in a motion regarding the alley.
Okay, so then, with this motion, we're just kind of tying up everything with the outdoor storage is what the attempt here is, Mr. Esbrey, and then we'll handle the site
shop
plan and use for the drive-through separately, and you're just dissecting those, and 1 through 7 clearly is with the outdoor storage. Okay, that makes sense to me then. Okay.
All right.
Got clarity.
Good one.
All right, is there further discussion of the site plan for the outdoor display? Motion. Okay, hearing none. I'm going to call for the vote. Again, just to be clear, this is to approve the site plan for the outdoor displays for this property, including the contingencies 1, A through D, and all the way through 7. All right? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion passes. So the site plan is approved. Now, the last remaining issue for this item is the site plan for the drive-up coffee service. Comments? Motions?
For purposes of discussions, I'm prepared to make a motion to approve site plan 231117 as it regards the coffee house with items 8, 9, and 10 as listed and stated by the planning department, and with item 11 being modified to indicate the alleyway feeding Chester Road turns into a one-way feeding only toward the west end of the street, so it doesn't feed into the neighborhood, it feeds Woodward only.
All right, the motion is to approve the site plan for the drive-up coffee service with contingencies 8, 9, and 10, but number 11 is modified, that's going to be modified to feed Woodward only, and is that based on approval of the planning department?
That's based on my motion, but if we have a second, we can discuss it. If we come up with a better solution, I'm all ears. I just want to get the ball rolling.
Discussion, I'll support it.
Okay, second by Mr. Ellison.
It sounds like you're basically taking item 11 and including item 11, which is the Chester Road right-of-way, and modifying it with the right turn only. Is that what you're saying?
Fundamentally correct.
One-way right turn only.
One-way right turn only.
So it only feeds Woodward, not the neighborhood.
Yeah,
And let me modify my motion to state and properly sign to indicate that you cannot turn into that alley from Chester.
So this is giving us our escape lane out of the drive-through and go south on the alley and turn right onto Chester to get to Woodward. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm good with that.
Okay, all right, I'll make a comment. I'm good with the concept. I'm concerned, and I'm a little nervous about not seeing the plan. In other words, we're leaving this as a problem to be solved, and until the engineer puts pen to paper and comes up with a design, I'm a little bit concerned. I don't know what anybody else thinks, but I'd love to have them redesign this and come back and give us an opportunity to see what they're really going to do.
Well, then let's ask the question differently. Mr. Murphy, are you comfortable with that motion? You feel you can handle it administratively, or would you rather kick it back to us?
It'll be handled administratively in the sense that the petitioner will provide revised drawings to us, and we will help them make application to the city commission for a modification to the existing license agreement to use the alley in the manner in which you've stated versus what they've shown on the drawing. So before it goes to the city commission for modified license agreement request, they will have to modify the drawing to illustrate what you've stated in your contingency.
Right. And at that point, we'll have 7 fresh sets of eyes to look at it.
Well, 5.
5. And 2 tired sets.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I would only add as a word of caution, whatever we put on the exit there on the alley heading south, because it heads south, and then to Chester. I'm tripping over my tongue. What I'm trying to get at is watch your design so that we don't go too far out into Chester Street that's going to impede traffic flow on Chester. Because I've seen too many of these right turn only bump outs we put on the streets that force people to wait for someone to go by before they can go in. So whatever you put in there, make sure it allows for two-way traffic on Chester Street.
All right. Speaking.
I'll just comment that I'm not going to support, just based on my previous comments.
All right, thank you. I am leaning towards support. I'm still nervous, is all I can say. I got to make my decision here in the next 10 seconds, but I personally would rather see a site plan come back. I don't think that the solution, even though I was the one who brought it up, I don't think it's necessarily, I think you need to have, the engineer needs to spend some time with it and think about it and come up with a plan. And I guess if we don't want to see it again and we think Mr. Murphy and his crew can do what needs to be done, then that's great. But anyways, I'm still a little concerned about that. But Mr. Ellison.
I'll only add that we've done this many times before. We'll take it back to the planning department, who are our experts, who will work with the petitioner, who has their own experts, who are engineers or designers or whatever, and come to something. As long as we state our intent is to have that right turn only out there, and as I said, just make sure the trust them to put it, because otherwise they're going to bring it back to here, and this county worker and this mayor and that lawyer and whoever is going to make a decision of whether the engineers did it right. I'd rather just let them come up with a plan that follows our direction and give them the ability to prove it.
I appreciate it. Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, and I'll just add, there's very limited space and ability to do anything really creative there. I think that when you start measuring it out and applying the engineering standards, that between the petitioner's engineering team and our engineering team, there's probably just going to be a singular option that's possible there that wouldn't require, some sort of unique variant for us to approve. So I would put, in this particular case, I hear what you're saying, Chairman. In this particular case, I'd say based on what we've suggested, it's going to be a straight shot, limited what you can do there, and therefore, I put the judgment that they'll apply the engineering standards to make it happen, and it'll be what it will be.
All right, thank you. Other comments on this, questions? No, we do have a motion on the table. The motion on the table was by Mr. Esbury to approve the site plan for the drive-up coffee service with contingencies 8, 9, and 10 as stated by the planning department, and instead of number 11, the direction is for the engineering department to work with the petitioner to redesign the area there exiting onto Chester Road to make it serving or feeding Woodward only. That's the motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other comments? Or if not, I'm going to call for the vote. All right. All those in favor of the stated motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, we have 5 yeses, 1 no. Motion is carried. The site plan is approved with the contingencies and the direction to modify the plan. Congratulations.
Good luck with your Timmies.
The only question I had is, maybe it's through you to Mr. Murphy, but we're all set to go to the zoning board, Mr. Murphy, for our next stop? Okay, with this approval, thank you very much. Just wanted to check that. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, next order of business is the special land use and a site plan to renovate existing motel at 811. What? Oh, Mr. Esbury.
Ms. Quezada, I was just going to ask you the feeling of the board, because it looks like we have a pretty packed house here, and I'm sure the next debate will be lively. Do we want to move along to the sign variance, knock that out, and then spend the ample time needed to take care of the item E3?
I thought you were going to ask for a bathroom break, but I think that's a fairly good suggestion. What do the other commissioners think about that?
Motion.
I'll make that as a motion.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right, the motion is to alter the sequence of the agenda to bring the sign variance SV 23-1103 forward and deal with that prior to the 811 East 11 Mile. And was there a second on that?
Yes, me.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, the motion passes. Is the petitioner here? I just make sure they're here for the sign variance. Is the sign variance petitioner? They are. Okay, so Mr. Murphy, why don't you give us introduction before we call the petitioner up?
You're keeping me on my toes.
Great day to have a cold, my friend.
I'm surviving. The existing site is on North Main Street, just south of 13 Mile Road, and the petitioner is proposing to reface the existing sign that you see shown on the screen in front of you. It's a projecting sign that measures just under 11 square feet, and it projects out 36 inches from the building. It also extends, the building is on the north property line, and you can see if I zoom in ever so slightly that this sign is a little thicker, and it extends beyond the wall, so it extends beyond the face of the plane of the wall. This is in sign area 2 under the city sign ordinance, which prohibits projecting signs, and it prohibits signs from extending beyond that plane of the building. So the petitioner is seeking a variance in order to reface the existing sign, not to structurally modify it, but to change out the faceplate to reflect the business that they've established at that location, and perhaps they're here to address any questions that you might have.
All right, I have a question for you. So this sign frame was existing, it was a different business, and so all we're doing is refacing it. Is there any other changes being made?
No, they're not proposing any additional changes based on the building division's review of their sign permit application.
All right, thank you. All right, question?
A question, Mr. Murphy, the business has planters that come out from the front of the building to the sidewalk. Does the sign extend, is it deeper than the planters?
To the best of my knowledge, no, it's not. It doesn't extend past the property line, closer to the sidewalk. So it does not hang out over the public right away, no.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions before we call up the petitioner? Okay, is the petitioner here? Please come forward, introduce yourself, and tell us why you're entitled to the relief you seek.
Good evening. My name is Larry with Signorama, and we're here to, excuse me, sorry, just look to reface the existing sign. As you can see, there's really no place to put another sign on the building that traffic can see going both directions. So that's why we're looking to all we're going to do is take out the old Lexan and put new Lexan faces in.
All right. Are there questions for the petitioner? All right. Hearing none, why don't you just stay there just in case. So is the business open and running? Oh, why don't you step up and for the record introduce yourself, state your name, please.
Hello, I'm Diamond Parker, the owner of the Diamond Experience, which is the building that we are using for the sign. And basically, I've been in there since May. I actually covered the sign up. It's completely white because I had a grand opening and I didn't want the previous owner's sign to be on there because it's not my sign. And so now that I have covered it in white, it's basically like a non-zone, like no one is coming. You really can't tell that the business is open. So for the last 6 months, I've been drowning right now. And I just feel like I really, really need the sign. It's already working. It doesn't come past the flowers. It's shorter than that. And it's just pre-existing. I just want to change it into my logo with my number so people know I'm open. It doesn't even look open.
All right, thank you. Is the sign lit?
I was asking for a lit sign. I'm not sure what it was already previously. I'm not sure what it was already.
I suspect it was.
Okay, so, but this is for the sign contractor. So if we grant the variance, there's going to be a refacing, and this is going to light up at night.
I do believe it's an illuminated sign, yes.
Okay, just to clarify. Okay. Any other questions for the petitioner?
No questions, just comments.
Statement?
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't seem like a hairy situation.
Oh, no.
Yeah, sorry, one dad joke per night I'm allowed. It used to be 3, but Commissioner Douglas got after me, so now we've negotiated 1. I mean, I see, we talk about hardships and we talk about unique properties. That's why we have variances. That's why we have the ability to look as the sign variance board as well as the planning commission where things make sense. If this was a brand new sign in the middle of downtown doing something kind of crazy, that's a different situation than here when you have the physical layout of the adjacent buildings, an existing format here. We're popping it in and out. We're not creating anything new. and it doesn't extend into the right-of-way, I don't have an issue allowing the panels to be flopped in and out, given the unique, I'll say, well, I don't want to say geography, but, you know, the uniqueness of the situation where the building's placed.
The motion.
Sure,
Oh, wait, Ms. Beakey.
Oh, that's okay, you can, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll move for approval of the request for variance.
Is there a second? Commissioner Douglas, so we have a second. All right, the motion is to approve the request for the variance. Any other comments? There is. Ms. Beakey.
I was just going to comment that looking at this type of sign and the fact that it doesn't protrude over the sidewalk where people walk, we often talk about it being over the head. I was immediately inclined to approve this redo. I might be slightly concerned that it's going to be lit. I mean, the old one maybe wasn't lit, but I'm still inclined to support this.
Commissioner Douglas.
Yeah, my fellows here know that I'm death on projecting signs, and yet, as the mayor pointed out, it doesn't project over the public right-of-way, and as you look at the facade of the building, there is like no place to put a sign on the front of that building, and so I'm going to support the motion.
All right, thank you. We certainly, yes, we want our businesses to succeed, and we don't want to cause, we have to balance the ordinance against reality, and so I'm going to support the motion. I do think, just for the record, that I think that this is a variance, and the rest of the building is a difficult building, but anyways, never mind. I think there could be an improvement, but it would take cost, it would take design and money, and so I'm going to support this motion. I think it's a reasonable request by this business owner. All right, is there any other discussion? All right, hearing none, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor of the sign variances requested, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, congratulations. Sign variance is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. You already had your...
Figure I'd get it out of the way.
Yeah, okay. All right, we're now moving backwards to the special land use and site plan. This is SP 23-11-18 for 811 East 11 Mile. Mr. Murphy, can you introduce us to this request?
Chair.
Yes. Yes.
I should disclose that the manager of the hotel in question is my personal fitness trainer. I do not financially benefit from that relationship. In fact, I gain pain from that relationship. And I do feel that I can decide objectively on this despite that relationship. But I invite dissent from my fellow commissioners.
Thank you for making a disclosure, which is a voluntary thing. Mr. Ellison.
It's part of the problem in a small community like ours is we know everybody. And I've known a number of people involved in this project because of my experience in working with them and just because we know them in the community. But I do have the ability to look at whatever's in front of us reasonably and obliquely and be able to judge based on what's on the drawings as opposed to who's presenting it.
All right, thank you.
If I may offer some guidance to the Planning Commission then?
Please.
So as properly raised by the Commissioner, so before casting a vote on a member, which state law requires that a member might have a conflict, shall disclose that potential conflict. A conflict is defined as the Planning Commission member having an immediate family member that is involved in the request which this Planning Commission is asked to decide, or the Planning Commissioner has a business or pecuniary interest in the property which is subject of the request, or a business or financial or pecuniary interest in the applicant's company, agency, or agent association. Whether the Planning Commission member owns or has a financial interest in any property immediately adjoining the property involved in the request. So those are the things that you would determine whether or not there is a potential conflict of interest here based on what's been disclosed I don't find any of those have been satisfied to establish a conflict, but as an outline for this board to determine whether or not that poses a conflict with regard to this, that would be your decision to move forward.
Any comments from the commissioners? Well, I'll just make the comment. I don't think it's a conflict. I think I appreciate what I would consider voluntary. I said it was voluntary because the commissioners have to look at the statute and they know what their relationship is. I looked at this. I don't see a conflict, but I think it's the right thing to do for Commissioner Douglas to make the disclosure, even though it's not a conflict, just to make sure the air is as clear as possible. So I appreciate it. All right. Any other comments? All right. Very good. Now, back to the action here. So we're at special land use and site plan for 811 East 11 Mile. Mr. Murphy, why don't you give us an intro to this?
Certainly. This site is a few blocks east of us. It's in the city's neighborhood business zoning district. And it's, as everyone knows, it's an existing motel. Motels are neither a permitted nor a special land use in the neighborhood business zoning district. So the building and the use that are there currently are non-conforming. And the petitioner is looking to convert portions of the building and the parking lot into, I'll hover over them and then we can look at the floor plan more specifically. But on the south side, on the west side of the property, the petitioner is proposing to convert a portion of the building, which is storage right now, to a bar lounge area with alcohol and live entertainment and a dance floor. And then adjacent to that, where there is you'll see a white car or vehicle that I'll hover over, they're looking to create an adjacent outdoor lounge area with alcohol as well. There is a masonry wall that is along the south side of the property along Potter Avenue, but the area at that corner, which is adjacent to the single-family home along Potter Avenue, there's a wood fence, and the petitioner can describe that there's an adjacent tree to it, and they feel as though it's appropriate to keep the existing wooden fence as opposed to putting in place a masonry wall, which may help deflect some of the noise from the outdoor lounge area. They're also looking to modify the lobby area, which again I'll hover over it, is along 11 Mile Road, and that area would include a lounge area for distribution of alcohol and with live entertainment. And they're looking to modify the east end of the building to create a small diner area, and that certainly would have alcohol as well. It would have some seating that we can look at the site plan and a Google Street View image, but seating in front of the building directly adjacent to 11 Mile Road, but not differentiated. So not separated by any type of a railing or anything separated from the sidewalk area. And then of course they're looking for approval for the outdoor, in the middle of the parking lot, an outdoor area, social area for with alcohol as well. And that portion, the middle of the parking lot, that's been used in the recent past for outdoor concerts and social gatherings. They've done that without zoning approval. The petitioner can express the pathway that they obtained in order to have those activities, but they didn't receive zoning approval in order to establish what is currently there. The zoning ordinance does identify or call out particular uses, and there is no such use for outdoor lounges or concert areas, but there's a provision in the ordinance that does allow staff the discretion of determining the most closely associated use that is identified in the zoning ordinance. And so we've taken we made the determination that the proposed outdoor lounge areas are most similar to an outdoor cafe, and outdoor cafes are a special land use, just like the distribution of alcohol is a special land use in the neighborhood business zoning district. So while the hotel itself, the motel, is not a permitted nor special land use, it's non-conforming, but the components that they want to add to it are special land use elements. So they are seeking special land use approval, and of course they would be expanding or altering that non-conforming use in a manner which extends its longevity, alters it in a way which increases it to continue. And the petitioner, they can propose how they intend to operate at the site. I'm going to go to the site plan now, and I believe that'll help our conversation with identifying the areas in which patrons will be able to purchase alcohol, and then how they're able to move about the property. And that's something that has that staff, planning staff, and the staff from the police department have some concerns over. It's a unique approach that will be challenging, to say the least, to we'll say patrol and to moderate. So someone would be able to purchase and consume a drink on the west side of the property in what's converted to a bar and a dance floor and an entertainment area, and they would be limited to carrying their beverage on the ground floor and the elevated walkway. They wouldn't be able to walk, we'll say, through the parking lot, down the sidewalk, and to other portions of the site which have a indoor or an outdoor lounge component. And in the middle of the parking lot, the outdoor assembly area, people wouldn't be able to, again, take a drink in a hand and simply walk across the parking lot to it. A patron would have to hand that drink off to an employee. The employee would have to carry it for them to those areas. So it really adds some complexity to what they're proposing. The existing non-conforming hotel and the proposed uses, they require a total of 143 parking spaces. And the proposed site plan identifies 57 parking spaces, so they certainly don't meet the minimum required off-street parking. They are proposing to, and I'm going to show Google Street View image to give you an understanding of what it looks like now. Currently, there's a dumpster that sits in the parking lot on the west side of the property, and it's accessed by the drive approach or curb cut along 11 Mile Road. You can see it sitting out in the middle of the parking lot. They're proposing to appropriately enclose that dumpster, but they would have a separate drive approach or curb cut along Potter Avenue to access that. So a refuse vehicle would pull in off of Potter. The only thing they would be able to get to is that dumpster enclosure. They would then have to back across the sidewalk out along Potter Avenue and then proceed further north. The planning division and the engineering division and the community development department have a strong objection to that proposal, and that's been expressed to the petitioner from the beginning, that's a unique approach. We don't see that in town on a regular basis. They do have the ability to have the enclosure on their property and have it accessed like they currently do with a refuse vehicle from a private company from the drive approach on 11 Mile. While it's not ideal in its maneuverability, we think to place that burden upon the business across Potter and certainly the residents on Potter with an additional curb cut and removing on-street parking is unnecessary. So you're being asked to make a recommendation on the special land use that's being requested, and this use as identified in the zoning ordinance because there currently, the petitioner does not have a liquor license. They will be approaching the city commission and asking for approval to establish a liquor license at this location. That would be accompanied by what we refer to as a plan of operation, a written description of how they propose to operate, and of course a set of drawings that identify the location where alcohol will be consumed and how the site will function. This use, as identified in the zoning ordinance, because there is no current alcohol sale on the property, it's a special land use that the Planning Commission is making a recommendation to the City Commission to approve or deny this request. And we'll say all of that gets packaged up and sent to the City Commission. So the site plan that you approve gets sent on to the City Commission, and the City Commission will consider it at the exact same time that they consider the liquor license plan of operation from the petitioner, and the City Commission will have the final say on the special site plan and special land use approval for this proposal. There's also uniqueness in the zoning ordinance amendment that occurred, I think it was probably early this year or late last year, in that the City Commission, in this scenario, the way it's worded in the zoning ordinance, the City Commission has the ability to allow deviations from the zoning ordinance. So I identified that the petitioner does not provide enough off-street parking. They do not provide enough parking for the use hotel, and then the addition of the lounge areas, the bar areas. So they do not provide enough parking. They do not go to the Zoning Board of Appeals. As it's specifically worded in the zoning ordinance, the City Commission has the ability to grant that deviation from zoning ordinance standards such as off-street parking. So you're making a recommendation, approval or denial or something in between, that gets passed on to the City Commission, and again, they will consider it and be the ultimate determination of site plan and special land use approval at the same time that they consider the petitioner's request for a liquor license plan of operation. And that's a similar pathway as we have established for marijuana establishments.
All right, Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, thank you. I have several questions. The entertainment, the music, the concerts that they put on Saturday nights, full disclosure, I've been to a couple of them, but the control of those is not really part of our discussion here. Whether or not they're allowed to have live music, how it's regulated, clearly needs to be addressed by other departments in the city, but is that under our purview?
I have indicated that the outdoor lounge areas are not a specified use in the zoning ordinance. You can't go through it and find that particular wording. So we had applied the most similar use as an outdoor cafe. If you look at the outdoor cafe standards, which are very specific special land use standards, it does explicitly prohibit outdoor live music entertainment or even piped in music over audio. So the City Commission does have the final say in that deviation, as well as whether that can be identified in the petitioner's liquor license plan of operation. And they can express to you that they were operating under a special event permit, but it's certainly appropriate that they identify that in the plan of operation that gets presented to the City Commission. And special event permits are really intended to be one-time only event. Obviously, the concerts were occurring on a frequent basis. The most appropriate way of addressing that, and whether they have music, live entertainment, speakers, what have you, is all associated with the City Commission's purview to approve the liquor license plan of operation.
Okay, good, thank you. The dumpster and the west parking lot. So how does that, so right now, how does the truck come in, access it, and leave the property?
I think it's a good question for the petitioner. There's no other, they can express that, I think, in greater depth, but I'll point out the fact that there is no curb cut along Potter, so they have to either back all the way out onto 11 Mile, or they have to presume there are no cars there and back into those empty parking spaces and turn out and head face forward onto 11 Mile. There's also a separate dumpster that's shown on the drawing adjacent to the area that they want to convert to the diner on the east side of the property.
Okay, and then another question, and again, this may only be relevant to a liquor license, but guests who stay in hotels will buy packaged liquor to consume in their rooms. What parts of the property are controlled by the liquor license, and how does that, if at all, affect packaged liquor consumption in rooms?
That I don't know the answer to. I'm certain that the police department does, and I know that the petitioner has expert legal counsel that they've retained that I'm certain knows the answer to that question for you.
I look forward to hearing that. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Beakey.
Just a quick clarification with regard to the non-conforming use of the actual place as a hotel or motel. That is because that it was already in place when the neighborhood business went into place, and it therefore it's just been consistent over the years. Is that why it's non-conforming in that neighborhood?
In 2001, there were significant changes done to the city zoning ordinance as we came out of the 1999 master plan. And one of those elements was to create different zoning districts. And before this site was in what was a light commercial zoning district. I don't recall whether that was many years ago, I don't recall that luckily, whether that was one of the uses that was explicitly called out as either a permitted or a special land use, but certainly the current zoning district does not allow for that. Obviously, the petitioner had purchased the hotel and renovated it, so it's allowed to have cosmetic updates. Yep. But this certainly goes above and beyond cosmetic updates and adds to the longevity of keeping a non-conforming use. And the intent of identifying non-conforming uses is to not perpetuate their longevity, but to eventually establish a use that is conforming. Now, the City Commission will have the opportunity to determine whether they feel that it's appropriate or not for this operation to have that additional aspect of alcohol and outdoor space, and whether they think it's detrimental to the continuation of the hotel or not. That's an entirely different conversation for the City Commission to have.
I just wanted to clarify that it was probably already existing. Okay, thank you.
Oh, yes, it's been around since, I think, 1956, if I remember correctly.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Murphy? I would just say I appreciate Commissioner Douglas' question. I also wanted to ask something similar, and I just want to repeat it so I make sure I understand. There has been quite a bit of discussion in some of the emails we've seen about the outdoor music, but that's not part of the special land use here. That's something that the City Commission will deal with. If we recommend that they would be able to serve alcohol as a special land use, then the City Commission will decide what to do about the music aspect of it.
Ultimately, they will. If you as individuals and collectively as a planning commission think it's appropriate to add specific language with regard to outdoor entertainment, I think it's entirely in your purview to make that recommendation to the City Commission. Yes. They'll be the ultimate decider of the special land use and the site plan approval and the liquor license plan of operation, which will have all those components. But
that's what I thought you said, that the plan of operation is the place where the outdoor music was going to be dealt with.
Yes, but I think if you have an opinion and you want to make a recommendation to them, you're welcome to do that.
Because this is just a recommendation.
Correct.
Okay.
Either way, it's just a recommendation.
Okay, very good. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Murphy before we call up the petitioner? All right. Hearing none, I'd like to call the petitioner forward. Please come up with your team, introduce yourself, and tell us why you're entitled to the relief you're seeking.
Good evening. Again, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission, Dennis Cowan with the firm Plunkett Cooney. With us here today is our team. First of all, our owner and sole owner of the Hotel Royal Oak, Jim Razor. Also our architect of record, Jeff Klatt. And right here is our liquor license counsel, the one and only Kelly Allen. We're glad to have her on the team. And so, 10 years ago, when we talked about this property, we talked about vermin, undesirable users, police calls, and a property in total disrepair. There's been a complete transformation with a multi-million-dollar investment that has become a destination for travelers and visitors to our community. Today, we don't talk about the same things we talked about 10 years ago. We talk about a spur of economic development. We talk about placemaking. And we talk about bringing more visitors to Royal Oak. And it should not escape anyone's notice who is here tonight that as a result of the amazing transformation that took place under the leadership of Mr. Razor, that other businesses on 11 Mile have made improvements because this was a blight on the community. And if you even go into the neighborhoods, you'll see that there's been continual new building, even very close and near to this hotel after it has been renovated, and certainly even some homes before. But there's no denying the impact that this transformation has made. And I thought it was a good question by Commissioner Beakey, or I'm sorry, whoever it was a question about the non-conforming status. Well, I will tell you in 2001, because I was the chairman of the master plan committee, we were trying to get rid of this hotel. So we were going to make sure it was a non-conforming use. Well, if any of us had the vision that Jim Razor had to do what he has done and his team, that wouldn't have been the case. The motel would have certainly been an allowed use. But at that time, we were facing a battle primarily with hotels on Woodward. Most of them are gone. And those have all been replaced with much better improvements. So the point is, this has been a very responsible owner who has bettered not only his business, but helped better the community over the last 10 years. But that physical transformation was only the first phase. Along with that comes making sure you remain competitive and that you're servicing your guests with what their needs are. And it clearly has come to Mr. Razor's attention, and at the request of the guests, is to have alcohol service on the premises, which is very typical for lodging facilities such as this one. And as a matter of fact, only several blocks away we have the Hyatt Place, and they have liquor service. And they have it in different parts of the building. And it's not unusual in this instance, if you go to any hotel, you'll have a lobby bar, you'll have maybe an outdoor component, and you'll have what's called the social area, which in most places would be around the swimming pool. But there is no swimming pool, and there's no plans to have one. So, or skating rink, for that matter. But the things that are being asked for in the context of the liquor license are normal and typical for this type of establishment. And with respect to the competitiveness, the issue really isn't on the weekends. Mr. Razor will tell you that things are pretty good on the weekends in terms of occupancy. It's the business traveler during the week. And many times the business traveler has had it with a long day of work, and he or she just wants to, order a pizza, maybe walk down the street, get something to eat, and finish it with a cocktail or adult beverage of their choice. So that is the rationale and the basis for asking for a liquor license. But I would say to you, because of the way Mr. Razor has operated, he certainly, and the track record he has, he certainly, I think, has earned the opportunity to petition both to you and to the city, to have a liquor license on premises and serve his customers and have a full service for them and the services they're used to at other lodging facilities. Of course, as required by law, we will have defined areas of service for alcoholic beverages, and also be able, for the first time, to have, with the diner, to have food service on the premises, although I will tell you that Mr. Razor has been very pleased to recommend and to send his customers and patrons to places on 11 Mile and into downtown, and has a special relationship with the Village Grill, which is right next door where most folks have an opportunity to go for breakfast. I think also I want to emphasize that Mr. Razor has been a very good neighbor. He's responded to the neighborhood in many instances for different requests that they've had. The concerts that have been mentioned have been attended by many neighbors. One neighbor told me kind of an interesting story that she goes out and gardens on Saturday nights after the music starts because she doesn't have to wear headphones or put the music on. So I think that's one person who's pleased with those concerts. In any event, along those lines, we did have a neighborhood meeting. We did send notice to, I believe it was all 125 people who received this notice of the meeting this evening, and 15 showed up, and it was a very positive exchange, and there were some good suggestions which we are going to incorporate into our plan. So we have, I believe, a very good plan. It is a plan that will require good stewardship, and I think Mr. Razor has demonstrated that. There is challenges because this building is a place that was built 70 years ago, and we don't perfectly fit into every aspect of the zoning code, so there is some relief that we're asking in different areas with respect to the strict application of zoning, but we think it's merited because we really can't change the building. The building is as it is, and by the way, we're not changing the footprint of this building. All that's changing is uses in about 4,000 square feet of the building, or what is there today. So I think that's important to note, and at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Klatt to walk you through the site plan. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. Jeff Klatt with Krieger Klatt Architects, 2120 East 11 Mile Road. And again, Mr. Murphy did an excellent job explaining the architectural portion, so I'll attempt to be brief and not too redundant here. But as Mr. Collins suggested, we are proposing 3 new service spaces within an existing building and some minor site improvements to support those. This is our site plan, as Mr. Murphy indicated before. The large gray shape represents the existing footprint, and again, we are not expanding that. So all the new work will take place within that existing footprint. Mr. Murphy, do we have a site plan that shows the shading? I think this is the landscape plan. So again, Mr. Murphy pointed these out, but I'd like to be a bit redundant here. So again, this work will be over 2 phases. So phase 1 consists of work in the northwest corner. That'll be the new bar area and event space, complete with an outdoor patio. Phase 1 also includes modifications to the existing lobby area, which will include a new bar space as well. And then phase 2, that'll be the new diner area. So that'll take place within existing storage areas of the building itself, new ADA restrooms, etc. And I'll jump into the plans in a minute. So again, the site improvements are pretty minor here. The existing curb cuts remain, existing navigation circulation around the site's the same, parking spaces are the same, pedestrian circulation is the same. It's all really generally the same. Mr. Murphy did touch upon the new trash enclosure, and believe me, we explored every location for that. We looked at the east side of the site. You really can't go there. We have existing guest suites as well as entry points, so we can't place it there. So it really boils down to this being the ideal location. It was also noted that the staff would like to have maneuverability through our site to that, but through discussions with the waste management team, it's very dangerous. That truck has to pull into the site, then has to back out to 11 Mile. So they're not only concerned with safety for their drivers, but also safety for motorists on 11 Mile. It's a very challenging condition. So we think that's a very logical maneuverability, off of Potter through a new curb cut. And again, we're going above and beyond here. I mean, right now that trash enclosure sits on the site without the trash receptacle sits on the site without an enclosure. So not only we're going, like I said, above and beyond. It's not just a simple 6-foot-high brick embossed wall with wooden gates. And this is a full enclosure, complete with a roof structure and an overhead door to really mitigate any odors and or views to that trash receptacle within it. And the condition is not unique on Potter in this area. We're across from a commercial building that also has 3 overhead doors. If you don't mind, I have a couple photos here, if I can pass these out, if that's okay.
Sure.
The first 2 images are really of the tree, which I'll explain in a minute. Sorry about that.
Hold their staple.
Yeah, the first 2 images are of the tree for my next point. The third image is of those overhead doors that are to the west. And thank you, Mr. Murphy. That's probably a lot easier than me passing those flyers out. But as you can see, it's a very similar condition. We have overhead doors there. And we also looked at moving that trash enclosure to the north, but that's really inappropriate due to the fact that we have our single-family neighbors there. So we know they would not be in favor of us pushing that trash receptacle closer to their home. So again, we feel that's the best location from a safety standpoint, a functionality standpoint, and we think we improve the aesthetics of that condition as well. So that's the reasoning for that. The fence is really the first 2 images that I provided in that handout. That's that fence condition. So I know the staff report suggested a new masonry wall to complete that L shape back to the building. But as you can see, the neighbor's tree is on that property line, and that's a big challenge. So if we were to put a masonry wall there, that requires a deep foundation. That foundation will sever the roots and kill the tree. So right now, it's a mature tree. It provides good screening. It provides shading. It helps to mitigate some of the sound and noise, and it adds beauty. So we'd hate to kill that tree for the sake of a harsh wall. And we think the wood fence is a bit softer too, for a residential neighbor. It gives us the ability to kind of move around that tree a bit more with posts versus that full deep 42-inch foundation. And then the last site modification is really, we're suggesting a series of planters and chains to define that pedestrian circulation around the site that Mr. Murphy alluded to. That just directs the circulation related to the alcohol consumption on the site or to the service areas. If we could jump to the floor plan, I'll briefly touch on those on the areas. So again, up in the northwest corner, that's our new bar and event space. Right now, that's used as meeting rooms at some point, but it's also storage. So we're going to reinvigorate that space with a new bar. 2 new ADA restrooms to support that too, as you can see to the right over there, right behind that space. So we'll lose a guest suite there, but we'll have 2 new ADA restrooms. We're proposing 3 new openings, 2 overhead doors that'll allow the guests to also access the outdoor patio space defined by the masonry and hopefully wood wall. And then we also have a new opening for really a bar. We can open the bar up and we can have seats against there. So really more of a pass through, and guests can sit outside but also enjoy the interior too. So some tables and seatings. I think we were suggesting 37 seats within the interior, maybe 7 at the bar area. The lobby area, so the area at the front of the building, right in the middle of the plan there. Again, the lobby will still remain as is. We'll have our service counter, but we're going to be converting the offices to a small bar. So there'll be 4-seat bar kind of at the back wall, then along 11 Mile we'll have some seating and a lounge area. Hasn't been designed yet, but that's the general intent. So a nice, spacious open area for customers to enjoy. And then the final space, that's phase 2, that is the new diner area. So along 11 Mile we'll have the small seating area, countertop bar, quaint, quite charming space. There'll also be some outdoor seating too on our property. Note that the property line is about 3 feet out from that wall. So we're not suggesting tables and chairs on 11 Mile, just a spot similar to the bar in the back that we're proposing, an opening where chairs can kind of, cozy up to that window. Behind that, we'll have a new kitchen area. We're calling it back of house in that plan. And then 2 new restrooms. Note that the restrooms are not connected internally. The guests will have to exit to the outside to get to those, but there is a covering. And that's common. There's a great barbecue restaurant in Clawson called the Woodpile. Very similar situation. They have their indoor space, outdoor space, and they have a restroom along Main Street for their guests to use, but they are exiting outdoors, so it's not uncommon. And with that, I will turn it over to you. Thank you.
We wanted to have Kelly Allen address a couple issues, I think, including the one that was raised. just on the aspects of liquor license and those requirements.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the introduction, Dennis. She's the MC. I'm Kelly Allen, Liquor Counsel for Mr. Razor's wonderful project here. We have applied for what's called a B hotel license. So you're all accustomed to a Class C license. That's for a bar or a restaurant. A B hotel license means that the entire licensed premises is the hotel. It is a reclassification of what we know as a Class C license. It does not require any local approval to reclassify because it's like on the same level in terms of density or in terms of use. So Liquor Control does not ask us to reclassify that license. We are way underway with the Liquor Control Commission. We're queued up in administration right now. We've been busting here and at Liquor Control, and a shout out to your police department and of course your planning department, and especially I want to thank Lieutenant Renaud and Chief for all that they've been through. They've come out to the site once or twice, I think. We're on our second, I think, reiteration of the plan of operation, which the City Commission will take up. I do want to talk about what is licensed real briefly and answer Commissioner Douglas's point. So B hotel means that the entire place is licensed. However, even if this place did not have a liquor license, you are able by law to go to your local Meijer and get a 6-pack of beer or a bottle of wine or whatever and bring it into your room. Your room is your sanctuary. Your room is considered a private space. So while one of the biggest reasons Mr. Razor is introducing this for the community is so that his hotel guests will have access to the same thing that other hotels, such as the Hyatt, would have, that it's not necessary in order to have alcohol in your room. So our challenge really is to meet all liquor control codes and rules, which we have. We're in administration. That means everybody is signed off. The only thing left there is for the commissioners to put their rubber stamp on it. Are these outdoor areas and how we transport alcohol to and from. So we paid special attention and care to this center area where the concerts take place because of the parking lot, which is why, as I think Jeff pointed out and Dennis pointed out, we will not have clientele or customers crossing from that lobby bar into that area, alcohol in hand. You either must order from a wait staff person, and John could probably speak to this too, Calvin, wait staff person within that area, or we're going to set up a bar in that area. And that's what Liquor Control wants to see. They want to see, and so does the community, they don't want to see people walking back and forth in the parking lot with open alcohol. So that will not be happening. Either staff or we're going to add a bar there. I also want to point out that we are trying to make certain deadlines in addition to getting on your city commission because Mr. Razor is under contract to purchase this license. He is purchasing a license. It's a resort license. It's coming from another community. These types of licenses are transferable anywhere in the state. Very few licenses available in Oakland County, as in 2, and they're hard. They're hard to get a hold of. This license is transferable anywhere, and you pay a lot of money for it. We have a closing deadline that we've extended, and this is just to say that we're all fours trying to get this done, and with the help of the city, we should make his deadline. I mean, just personally, from having worked on many sites like this with outdoor service areas, the Liquor Commission is very particular about that, and Jim will be required to post no alcohol beyond this point. No alcohol beyond this point, meaning traveling around with alcohol. This is not going to be a free-for-all. This is going to be a very thought-out enforcement, procedure. John and Jim are both trained in alcohol management. They've taken the training. All their people that will serve alcohol will be trained in alcohol management. We do not serve minors. We do not serve intoxicated people, and we do not walk around this premises except for the designated areas of alcohol. So if you have any other questions for me, I'd be happy to answer those.
Are there questions? Come on back.
Oh, coming.
So how neighbors are used to coming to this, bringing their 6-pack for Saturday night concerts. How will, assuming we want the concerts to go forward, what provisions are the operators going to make sure people don't bring their own? Or hotel guests who've, got a 6-pack in their room, look down in the middle of the afternoon of this nice green place and want to go down there and sit in a chair and drink their beer. Who are the cops here?
Mr. Calvin is a cop. Mr. Razor is a cop. All of our internal staff are cops. And that is a really good question. And I'm not saying it's going to be easy peasy, because it's not. But they know what they are serving in their establishment, and they know what they're not serving in their establishment. And to your point, Commissioner Douglas, once this goes forward, if this goes forward, there will be no alcohol from any other space except for the Hotel Royal Oak in that outdoor area. You can't come with your own alcohol.
Right.
I mean, it's not licensed now, and so, theoretically, it's not prohibited. But once they are licensed, that will be prohibited, and they will be watching it like a hawk. I mean, it for a bunch of reasons. One, they need to comply with liquor control. Two, they need to comply with the plan of operation that we're submitting to the police department. And three, they're not doing this. They're doing this to be competitive for their other uses, not just for that concert use. It's, as Dennis said, it's for the business traveler. And the whole idea is that all alcohol, to the extent that they can, will be purchased from the hotel, with the exception of your sanctuary in your room.
Thank you.
Don't go away. There's probably more questions. I know I have some.
Okay.
I'm a little confused. I haven't been to one of these concerts. My understanding is they happen on Saturday night. As it stands now, today, and again, I might have misheard this, as it stands now today, because there's no liquor license, people can walk down to the liquor store down a couple blocks, block over, and bring alcohol and sit and listen to the music, or not?
Not with the liquor license, they can't, and...
No, as it stands now, I'm asking.
That's a police department decision. I can answer it in this way. Liquor control doesn't have any jurisdiction here because they have no license. Clearly, as a hotel, they can go down the street, purchase their alcohol, put it in their room. I think that there has been some special event permits pulled for these kinds of things, but that's in the police department's purview. If they wanted to stop that, I suppose they could.
Wait, don't go away, Ed.
I won't.
You also said something that you said that if there's a concert and people want to drink after now I'm talking after you get a liquor license.
Right.
In that situation, people could drink in the open area, but they would have to be served by staff coming from one of the bars.
Yes, or we set up an additional bar in that area.
Is that on the site plan? Because I don't see it.
Well, I don't know if it's on the site plan.
Do we need it on the site plan?
Okay. Well, can I explain that?
Yes,
Additionally,
please.
so an additional bar permit with liquor control, with every liquor license, you get one bar. And our main bar is going to be in the lobby. That's our bar that stays there, stays put. An additional bar permit is something you can move around. So our idea was to get the additional, I think we have 2 additional bar permits. So we have 1 permit in the lobby, we have 1 permit in the northwest corner, and then we have this sort of floater. And it won't be there all the time, so in my view, I mean, Mr. Murphy can correct, but it doesn't seem to me it would belong on the actual site plan, because it's not always going to be there. It's going to be up to management and ownership to decide whether or not for this particular event, do we want to set up an additional bar. Liquor control likes to see that so that we don't have any transport of alcohol across the parking lot. But it's not practical to have that bar or cost effective or even sightly, I think, to have that bar set up at all times. Does that make sense?
So if you got a special event, part of the special event permit would include that?
My understanding, and Mr. Cowan can help, my understanding is that once they have a liquor license, they will no longer require any special event permits. What they are doing will be covered in their plan of operation with their liquor license. So their Saturday night events are standard operating procedure. But that additional bar won't always be there. That will be up to management. I mean, let's say if they're having, the Rolling Stones, they're going to want that additional bar. If they've got a one-piece acoustic type of thing going on, then perhaps their staff will run back and forth, and then they're gonna have really qualified staff doing that.
All right. The diner phase 2, that will not have alcohol?
It will, but it is phase 2.
Okay, so are there 3 areas that are going to serve alcohol indoors, or just 2?
1, 2. There will be 3, but for now there's 2. Correct?
Okay, the phase 1 is 2, but we're maybe you don't know the answer to this, but you're asking for special land use and site plan approval for 3.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
all right. Any other questions for the,
I have a question, I'm not sure, this is probably not a Ms. Allen question, but probably a Mr. Cowan question about the nature of operations of the garage that's being converted into a bar. So I'm assuming that'll be Mr. Cowan?
Or Jeff.
Or, okay, thank you.
So I'd just like to cover, to finish up the presentation, 2 issues that have been discussed, so we can tackle those head on. So yes, Mr. Razor does very much want to continue the 12 concerts. We have a track record. Those have been run well. I know there's a variance of opinion regarding sound and things of that nature, but I want to tell you what the rules will be going forward. I have a copy of what Kelly has put together and preliminary presented to the police department. It's the plan of operation. That's what the city commission will review when we get to that level. And as to section 7, it says, pipe, can music, or live music will be restricted to a level which will not adversely impact neighboring and adjoining property owners, and Hotel Royal Oak will strictly comply with the city and the provisions of the sound ordinance. Hotel Royal Oak pledges its full cooperation with the police department and or adjacent and adjoining property owners in this regard. That's going to be signed, and that's what Hotel Royal Oak will have to live with on a going forward basis. So there's no confusion about that. That will be the rule, so to speak, that that Hotel Royal Oak is going to agree to as part of its plan of operation. So I want you to know that.
does the ordinance have a measurement in
Yes,
it?
yes.
What
There's
is
a
it?
meaning in your sound ordinance, yeah.
Do they-
I don't know.
You don't know it off the top of your head?
I don't know it.
Does the hotel own a decibel meter? They're not very expensive.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, well, it would be easy, so I'm saying.
Well, now you have to understand, the landscape changes, so to speak, because the liquor license is tied to this plan of operation, okay? So we have to adhere to that, or we jeopardize the liquor license. So yes, we've already talked about having some checks with decibel meters and things of that nature.
Yeah, I'm trying to address some of the issues I saw people raising about sound levels in the neighborhood. It would be very simple. They have a decibel meter and they have the ordinance in front of you and hold up the decibel meter and make sure you're not going over it.
Right. The second
You
issue.
can put that in the operation agreement, that's all I'm saying.
Right. No, I agree. And if it requires some modifications to the location of the music and things of that nature, then that will have to be put into operation also in order to comply. So the second thing is the parking issue. So the way the city counts parking is as if each one of these units of areas of service and the diner are all independent of one another, along with the hotel. So there's a double count. Because when you have a hotel, the people who are staying there are the ones using the services within the hotel complex. Now, we're not saying that it's 100%. We're not going to say that at all. But in consulting with other motel, hotel operators, about half your customers for alcohol service are the ones who are already there, whether it's during the week or on the weekend. So the other component we'll believe, and we very much believe this, is about 20% of the clientele will come from the neighborhood. We all know that, for instance, people who live up in where I live, 13 Mile and Woodward, we can walk right over to Brown Iron. I'm only a couple blocks away. People who live near Dugan's walk to Dugan's. And if you talk to them, there's just, somewhere between 15 and 20% of their clientele is actually within walking distance. So we believe that is going to be consistent with this situation. So we really believe the parking is probably in the neighborhood of 30 spaces of an actual deficiency, because people are already going to be parked there as guests using the services at the lobby bar or in the outdoor areas. So, but we have a plan. We've already engaged a valet service. That letter is in your packet. It's a Metro Valet Parking Solutions, which is already operates here in Royal Oak and does many other hotels in the area. We're going to use the west parking lot For valet, we can fit about 15 to 20 more cars in there on the west parking lot. We also have a letter, or I think it was an email from Laura Bashi, who's the owner of Village Grill, and we can use their 20 spots, which the valet service has already been out and said we probably can fit about 37. So just there alone, we have about 57 more spots that we can manage either on our property or right next door. And we're going to go beyond that. We are working to try and get one more site nearby. We have been talking to the Royal Oak Missionary Church. We're not sure about that. I mentioned that in my letter, but from a sustainability viewpoint, we don't want to create a parking lot for 87 spaces. It would be the size of this property now. There is ample blacktop all along 11 Mile, and people who would be most of those businesses are not open in the evening, and the valet company said that they do a lot of work in acquiring these leases. So we believe we'll have our site on the west side parking lot for additional valet parking, the parking across the street at the Village Grill or right next door, and also one other site that we're going to work on, which will probably give us all total right around somewhere around 80, access to 80 additional spaces. And we also are going to advertise for the concerts that we don't want people parking in the neighborhood. We're going to make that very clear, and we're also going to have somebody monitoring it, particularly on Potter. So we think that altogether will not cause any kind of parking issue in the neighborhood. And we also have a lot of people who walk to the concerts. They bring their lawn chairs from the neighborhood, both north and south. So I want to address those two issues, and either before or after the public hearing, we'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
What is how will the garage turned bar operate? Is this going to be, is this a special event space, a catering space, or is it?
The generic use, and I appreciate the way you're using the word bar, that is just to be an event space, either a small conference space, a small, funeral luncheon space, a space for business, a space for a small cocktail party that somebody may have. It can only seat about 40 people. It's not going to have it's not going to have regular sit-down service. It's just going to be used for events. It's the outdoor space next door that will have bar service. Okay, so there's going to be a roll-down door. There'll be 7 seats at the bar, and then there'll be on the outside, and then there'll be, I think, 8 tables.
Wait, so indoors it's just a catering space.
Right.
But adjacent to it, outdoors between the building and Potter is a bar. Is it an outdoor?
Well, it's an outdoor. Yeah, it's an outdoor seated bar area. Yeah.
And what will its hours of operation be?
That will be from regular till midnight. It's not going to be till 2 in the morning. We're licensed to do 2 in the morning.
So there's like a bar. Like, how will people get drinks?
Well, there'll be somebody at the. There'll be a bar inside. The roll-up, there's a roll-up, and the bar will be right there, and that's how they'll have service of drinks.
But people will only sit outside. They won't sit inside.
Right, unless there's an event going on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just following up with that, I'm trying to understand, because again, personally, as a person who's advocating for neighborhood businesses and walking, the parking seems like less of a problem to me than the noise. And I'm trying to understand the hours of operation as well as when the concerts happen, because are they going to stay the same rotation as they currently are? So what the hours are, what the time frame is? Because on the one hand, I'm hearing that the bar and the liquor license is to be an amenity for the residents of the hotel who presumably come in all seasons and that sort of thing, but the concerts are only in the summer. And again, as a person who walks by the place, I think it looks great. I don't live by the place and I haven't been to the concert, so I can't assess the noise. But I'm trying to understand why you would need a valet if the activities are mostly for the people in the hotel. So a little bit more about the hours and the operations as far as the vision, because I don't quite understand, because it seems to be representing two different things, which maybe it's
Well,
addressing both.
Well, what we're saying is that if there is an event at that event space, we may need valet service. But on the concert nights, we would have to have the valet service. That's only 12 days. That's 12 Saturdays in the summertime. That's primarily when we think we're going to need that service. The
So
rest
the
of it,
valets for extraordinary situations, so the concerts and then other events.
yeah, and then if there's a special event, that those would most likely be the scenarios.
And the hours of those type of things would be?
The special events?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, I'll let Jim talk about special events.
I don't think Dennis has been to every concert. I don't think I've seen you at one, Dennis.
Well, I've been to one.
So the bands kind of came out of the pandemic because we just wanted to get outside, and there was a lot of musicians that hadn't performed. And we set those on Saturdays from 6 to 10. And we thought that that was a good time to end because we are part of a neighborhood, so 10 o'clock seemed reasonable. We could go to 11 on the weekend pursuant to the noise ordinance, but we thought that that was a little much, so we didn't do it. We're most likely going to keep that model, but I don't want to be pinned down to it. There's some operational issues with having a busy night with having a band, but people in the neighborhood, many people in the neighborhood, some don't, but I evidently have been learning in the past couple of days, but people seem to like it. I particularly like it. I've met a lot of cool people there, so it's up for discussion as to how that model is going to work. There was some discussion about an entertainment space in that old storage building, and I have to tell you, that's about 1,000 square feet, so you're not going to put a band in there ever. You might have an acoustic guitar in there, and we have to Kelly will tell you, you have to put a dance floor on the plans. And people are only supposed to dance in this 10 square feet. So we put that as a performance space / dance floor in that storage building, but there's not going to be a band in there. There's not going to be a band on the outside deck. And I just wanted to correct Dennis because the plan of operation indicates, to answer Commissioner Douglas's question, that storage building bar on the West Coast is going to be used as, a regular place that anybody could go to. I think we'll do a lot of events in that space, but I also foresee that space would be available for people. It'd be a great place to watch a football game. It'd be a great place to get together with your friends, and it would service that outdoor deck. So I don't want anybody to think that space would only be for events.
But just outside of, so I understand the concerts, I understand that time frame and what you have had in the past, but you're getting a liquor license that would be for all year round, right?
Right.
So when you're not rolling up that garage door or having the outdoor concerts, what's the plan in terms, is it just people buy something and go to their room then, or is there going to be a nice place? I saw the igloos in the thing. So what hours will the liquor license be relevant during normal business hours?
My understanding is you can do liquor from 7 a.m. to 2 in the morning. So that gets you mimosas in the lobby to, coming back after a wedding. And the one thing about the design of the place right now is it wasn't really foreseen. I mean, there's a lot of things that Ben Jones did in a really cool way. I love the form. I love the old motor lodge roots. I like that it's a ranch and it's 2 stories instead of 6, but designing in space is something he didn't do. So this gets us the lobby space to have people in the wintertime. It gets us the garage space to get people in the wintertime. And it gets us the diner, which I think will also provide a lot of room service for the hotel and food for people in the pavilion space, when we have bands or at any time. The pavilion space has kind of become a neighborhood gathering spot, so even if we don't have events, people from the neighborhood are there playing cornhole or hanging out or doing things, and people get hungry. We've had food trucks that have serviced a lot of that, but it would be nice if we have our own brand of food. And to answer your question, Mayor Ellison, we asked Dora if she would do food service because we love Dora at Village Grill, and I'm sure a lot of you folks do, but she's too busy. She's unable to do it. I would love it if she could do our food service, but she can't.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. I haven't been to the concert. Just make sure I'm clear for the record. Where is the band when you have a concert? Where are they located?
So If I could go, Mr. Murphy, to a view of the entire courtyard. So the way we placed the band is essentially in that.
In the AstroTurf area, or?
Yeah, in the AstroTurf area, about where that Connect 4 is, so facing the hotel. So the music, the sound goes towards the hotel. The hotel's kind of like a U.
Now, where do the fans sit to enjoy it?
The fans sit on that green space going back, and if we have a big show like the Reeferman coming that we know is going to be a big draw, we'll rope off the parking spots on either side of the pavilion so people have more room for their lawn chairs and things like that. So it's interesting, and it's been a community gathering spot. I know it's very unconventional, but we don't have any of these old motor lodges as hotels in Detroit. A lot of other motor lodges that are converted from these 50s old motor lodges have bands. They have music. It's like an essential part of it. So the mix of music, and what I did and what I think is appropriate is to look more, and what I told the bands is we're looking more for quality and not for volume. And I think that's a trend based on what I read that we need to continue. I have a decimeter on my phone. You can get, a decimeter. The decibels that are allowed vary as to whether you're commercial, whether you back to residential, will stay within the limits. It's in our plan of operation. We have to.
A couple more questions, if I can keep going. Number one, what do you do for meeting space now? Anything?
We really don't have any. We've got a big suite upstairs that's about 1,000 square feet. It's not handicap accessible. We've got a room or two that are a little bit on the larger side. Like the Royal Oak, there's a Royal Oak Potluck Club on Facebook, and they wanted to do a potluck in conjunction with the bands. And there's one, the only handicap accessible space is about 400 square feet. On the first floor, we've got that 1,000 square foot upstairs. I'd like to be able to be like, hey, have this potluck thing in the garage. Have it in the diner, have it in the lobby. I just don't have the space. And that's the other question that you didn't ask, but right now we have no handicap accessible bathrooms because they weren't designed in 1953. This gives us 4, which is a good upgrade, and it gives us meeting space on the first floor that's handicap accessible, which we just don't really have.
All right, let me ask you a question about the proposed space where the roll-up doors, I guess you're calling that the garage area.
Right.
So to get to handicap accessible restrooms, and somebody's in the meeting space, they're having a meeting, and they got to use the bathroom, they come out to the south and go around? How do they get there?
They go out to the east. I'm sorry, I can't point to that, but I think Mr. Murphy is. There's a doorway there, and they can go out to the east to use that restroom.
Oh, okay. Because I heard that they have to go outside. So that is, there's a small outdoors passage there.
Right.
Okay.
So
I would point out what you're pointing to there. I believe you're looking at the same thing I was looking at. That floor plan says on it bar, and it has both indoor and outdoor seats there.
Correct. Yeah, and I think Dennis misspoke when he said that that was just event space, because I think we'll use it a lot for events, but we would certainly love to have people watching a game or something in that space. It's well suited for it.
Okay, and where's the other, you said 4, where's the other handicap accessible?
There's 2 on the east coast, so on the complete other side of the hotel.
Oh, over here.
Keep going.
Okay.
There's a non-accessible one in the lounge on the first floor of the lobby. There's another non-accessible one upstairs, but the 2 on the east coast.
Phase 2, that's part of phase 2.
Right, are all the way to the east. That building is currently vacant because of the weird way that Jones built the hotel rooms where you have to straddle the toilet to use the sink. Those weren't really something that we felt was good for the market. So fortunately that gets redone and we get handicap restrooms there to service that diner.
All right, other questions for the petitioners? Mr. Ellison.
I haven't got much. I had a question on the dumpster. The way you've got your single dump, is that dumpster serving the entire facility, the hotel, and your proposed eating areas?
Yes.
Okay.
And we have a 2-yard dumpster that we own, that the city dumps, which is currently right there on the plan.
Okay. But so this dumpster you've got it totally enclosed.
Right.
I'm looking at a single access door from inside the walled area coming out of your outdoor cafe area.
Right.
I don't see any access for that dumpster for operations in the hotel.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's one door that goes into that dumpster enclosure from the deck.
That's all there is. And
Yeah.
you can't even go around the front to open the sliding door because you got walls up.
Right.
So, I mean, that's a problem. So that's why I was asking if it was just for the usage of the eating or for the entire hotel.
Right. And again, you know, in this form of layout of 30,000 square foot of building over an acre and a half, we just really didn't, you know, design in any place to do it. I've really been happy that we haven't had an accident yet with them going all the way up to get it and then backing out all the way to 11 Mile. But you know, that's a 10-foot curb on 11 Mile, and there's a lot of traffic, and it worries me.
As far as the dumpster location, I personally don't have a problem with it because there's no parking on Potter Street all the way up past where that door would be, and there's 3 curb cuts across the street. It's just a business. It's not residential, so any trash going in there, that doesn't bother me because it's going to be directed back out to 11 Mile Road anyway. So, but. I don't know, Mr. Razor. You really want to do this?
Sometimes, you know, I need to introduce my team. John Calvin, our manager, Harry Crush, our F&B manager. Yeah, it takes good teams, and I've got a great team at Hotel Royal Oak. You know, when I started the law firm, a lot of times I wondered, you know, should I do this, right? And we've got great teams at the law firm. And if it wasn't for John and for Harry and for the rest of our team, and it was just me, you know, I can't prepare a 58-room, you know, bedroom house for, you know, 58 rooms of guests, but we can with teams. So yeah,
I only say that because the hotel has kind of an eclectic operation. It's kind of, in a positive way, disorganized. That's kind of how, and I think that's one of the things that makes you popular. It's because people, the unpredictability of what they're going to find at Hotel Royal Oak. Now you've got liquor license rules and you've got all these other rules, and it's going to change the philosophy of the way. I mean, your guests can't walk across, but their beers. It just sounds to me like, you know, if it ain't broke.
It's. Let me give you a lawyer's perspective. Everything that's going on is very cool, and I dig it. But we have to compete for business travelers in the marketplace, and business travelers aren't going to stay at Hotel Royal Oak if we don't have a bar, and if you don't have a beer and a burger after work. And what you'll see at the hotel is the weekends take care of themselves. When the music theater has a great act, it takes care of itself. But we're deficient on business travel, and we have really cool business travelers. They're very entrepreneurial, they're very neat, but if somebody's shopping in the marketplace and they're a business traveler, they're gonna click buy, they're gonna swipe, left?
Yeah,
on Hotel Royal Oak, because we just don't have a little lobby bar.
Yeah.
And we don't have food.
No, and I understand all that. I get what you're trying to do. You're just making that next step up to grab the lucrative money that's out there, the business travelers and all that out there, and I understand that, and you need to have these amenities to do that. But again, it's a case of trying to adjust a lot of things around to make it work, and you got this part over here, and you got this part over there, and you got that part over there, and it just for my organized mind, which is not organized anymore, I'm not sure.
It's very eclectic. You know, it's a spread out ranch style place instead of one building. But you remind me of my dad when I bought the condemned house that I live on Lincoln.
Yeah.
I said, "What are you doing? You know, knock this thing down."
And in fairness, I was only one of a number of people that said, "What the hell are you doing buying this hotel?" So, but it's worked. So I'm not gonna doubt your success. You got a plan, you got the motivation, you want to do it. I guess, as a patron of Hotel Royal Oak, I don't know, I kind of like the concerts when it was all kind of free and loosey-goosey, but, okay, it's yours.
We'll hope to recreate that as much as possible while, and keep that sense of community and that sense of, not being highly regulated while complying with everything that Kelly tells me that I need to do for the LCC. The prospect of people walking across the parking lot with a beer is something that's been happening at that place for 70 years. Maybe there's some suggestions we can work with the commission to
not that that's
mollify
legal anyways, but it's just, you're gonna change into something that's much more structured, and I guess that's what you're doing. So I'm gonna stop now before I talk myself right out of this. So.
All right. Any other comments, or are we ready to move to the public hearing? Okay, I'm going to ask the petitioners to have a seat, and we'll open the public hearing. All right, is there anyone in the public here who'd like to come up and speak like this gentleman does? Why don't you come on up, introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Sure. Could I introduce just like my first name, last name, where I live?
Yeah.
Whatever?
Sure.
Cool. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So my name is Kevin Chara. I live on 2nd Street, so just south of the hotel. Now I've got some multiple concerns here. So a lot of people in and out of town will come to visit for the band music. This has been advertised on like Detroit Fox News or whatever online. You can find the articles about it. So this is now going to be going on until midnight, right? And it appears this music may be now extending outside of just Saturday. I do not see this being proposed just for a business professional staying midweek. I believe it's intended to be an attraction for people from all walks to party at my neighbor's expense. Mixing this motel with alcohol is not good for residential safety. This is not the immediate downtown Royal Oak area and does not have the same level of policing. So my main concern number 1 is the lowered property value due to comparable pricings of homes surrounding the motel decreasing as a result of the late night noise disturbances and inebriated people. For reference, I'm a healthy 27-year-old. I can't sleep when this band plays at 10 p.m. It's very loud. Number 2, parking is a huge problem. So, like I said, I live on 2nd Street. South Alexander becomes too dangerous to enter or exit during this time because there's so many people parked on the left and right side of it that it becomes one lane. So if someone's trying to maybe turn left or even turn right into it and someone's coming up from like northbound on South Alexander, it's not safe. I cannot prove that accidents have happened, but I would not doubt it. Number 3, excessive use of parking, and I'm going to say excessive. I don't know the legality of parking within my neighborhood, but I will say the excessive use of parking on 2nd Street due to insufficient parking spaces leaves a shortage for 1, myself, 2, my friends if they want to visit, and 3, for my neighbors. We only have one side parking, and a lot of people have very small driveways in this area. So of those parked, I would also imagine that they will be parked there now for the entire night if they choose to spend the night at the motel due to becoming too inebriated to leave. They're going to be serving a lot of alcohol 4 different or 3 different places. Are they going to be able to leave? I think the plan is to, obviously, they have some drinks, they're more likely to stay at the motel. So, to end it, I did not move to where I did in Royal Oak so that I could party at a motel resort. This is not what I want, and I would be in disbelief if any of my neighbors who know what we all currently know about this project see this any differently. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else like to come up? Right here, please come on up, introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is John Kane. I'm the CEO of 3IS. That is an electrical engineering consultancy based in Novi. I've lived in Novi for 40 years. I've been coming to Royal Oak for 40 years. Business, I've been consulting with a group in Royal Oak called Bamboo. It's a technology startup accelerator. I recently, about 2-3 years ago, after spending many years bringing clients, customers, and business partners into this city, I became aware of this because my passion hobby is I play in a blues band, and we play here. And when I heard the discussion about DBA levels, that is something that we do at all the bars. Bars and venues, we play at outdoor festivals. During sound check, we can certainly dial that down, and certainly for the gentleman that had the comment, my experience is they end at 10, and whatever DBA level that could be measured and effectuated in this area could be easily controlled by the bands and during sound check. I look at it from the standpoint, I don't know anything about traffic patterns around here, but I know that all the followers that have come to this, we pulse them on email, and they said the access is fine, there's no issues. Maybe they're parking in neighborhoods. I'm not sure if they're parking up and down 11 Mile. But that seems like that would be something that could be worked out as far as directing the people that attend these things. And it just seems like with the hustle and bustle that's going on in the Main Street 11 Mile, that corridor, I mean, that's where I'm most familiar with, to bring a little bit more entertainment and a vibe out further away from the city with this super cool eclectic hotel. I mean, you go into the hotel rooms, it looks like you've been transported back to the 60s. I just think that I really support this petition for these amenities, because I think for business travelers, I recommend clients that are coming into town to stay here. But it just seems like there's a way to work this out so that the residents don't have an issue with it, but at the same time, it drives revenue and fun to the area. And that's all I got to say.
All right, thank you. Other members of the public who would like to speak on this issue, right here.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Morris. I live on Potter Avenue. I'd like to take my time to focus on two issues. One, the Hotel Royal Oak's description of the current status quo, and two, the number of requests in this ask, that is the size of the ask. First of all, parking, overflow parking has been a problem on the Saturday night concerts. There are much more traffic in the residential areas on Potter, on the Stanley Court and other cross streets there. Second of all, the noise is loud. I personally have made noise complaints regarding the Saturday night concerts. I made them not because the sound bleeds as you travel away and it sounds terrible. I made them not because they went on well after my young children were trying to sleep. I made them because I downloaded an OSHA-approved DBA noise meter to my phone. I took multiple readings inside and outside of my home. I cross-checked that with the acceptable DBA levels in the Royal Oak noise ordinance. This is section 770, and they were above the acceptable limits. A signed letter that they will comply with the noise ordinances going forward is meaningless. They've been subject to these noise ordinances as long as the concerts have been happening and have been disobeying them. So I don't put a lot of stock in a promise to do better. They've had the opportunity. In addition to noise, alcohol has found its way to the premises. I know that because there are small alcohol bottles and beer bottles littering the masonry wall along Potter and the parking lot. So I think there's already some litter complaints as well. Secondly, the number of the exceptions and variances the hotel is requiring. As I see it, we have these zoning requirements and laws in place to set the foundation. You know, previous commissioners, previous residents have done the work of setting the rules, the floors and the ceilings for the type of community we want to have. When there are many requests for different exceptions, for different changes, there's an easy answer. No, we already have the foundation we want. These are exceptions to that already on a non-conforming property. The only compelling argument we've heard is to compete with a new entry to the space, to the hotel space. And I just don't think that should be done to the detriment of the quality of life and potential public interest and safety issues to the neighboring residents, homeowners, renters, pets, families, senior citizens, everyone. So thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you. Other, right here.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Ellis and I live on Stanley Court. I'm the home in the picture with the pool right behind the property. I think it's really important to consider how the hotel has conducted itself so far. I know earlier we said the music and the concerts is not part of this approval, but I think it's very telling on how they're going to handle themselves going forward. I've also made complaints to the hotel and the police department about the noise levels on many occasions. The hotel has stopped answering my phone calls. They have my number and they won't pick up when I call. So this has been going on for several years. I can't have a conversation with my guests on the outside of my property. Inside my home, even with windows closed, I can hear the music over the TV or anything else going on inside my home. Many times the band will play past 10 p.m. and that's mainly when I make my complaints is, can they please stop, it's 10 p.m. The parking is also an issue. We've had accidents on our street on Stanley Court. We have a dead-end street, so many times people will turn down our street and throw it in reverse and try to get out back onto Potter. People have run into parked cars on our street when that happens. There's been police reports related to that. I'm also very concerned about my property value. I don't know who I'm going to sell my home to when I decide to leave Royal Oak. I don't know who would want to be next to a concert venue. I also did not hear any restrictions on the number of nights they can have live music. Right now it's been Saturday nights, but I don't know what the plan is if they can do that every night of the week if they want. I think the city should focus on filling the vacant spaces in downtown. As we heard earlier, there's not a lot of liquor licenses out there, so why would we give one to outside of downtown Royal Oak? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, other members of the public who'd like to speak on this issue? There's one there, right back there.
Rick Karlowski, I live on Virginia, which is not necessarily adjacent to this, but I know how the Mission Creek goes. So I fully understand that they need to probably put in a small cocktail bar, maybe a little restaurant for a continental breakfast to increase what's going on. So that's not too much of an issue for me. It's next to 11 Mile. It's not going to affect anything. The bar on the west side is absolutely ridiculous. You're 20 feet from a house. 20 feet. The notion that this is only going to be for special events. Well, we all know how special events can suddenly multiply to if we're already watching football games, there'll be basketball games, there'll be everything else. We don't need a stage. Well, then don't put one in. Okay? If you're not going to have live music, you're not going to have anything else, then just take it out. It's in there. So obviously there's going to be stuff. You can have a karaoke bar in there with it wide open for how long? Does anybody remember the I think it was a jukebox on 14 Mile in Woodward when it comes to parking, how that works? Who in the hell is going to pay for a valet parking when you can park down Potter Street? It's ridiculous. Of course you're going to park where it's free. The notion that somebody's going to take valet is ridiculous. Now they may just go park in the locations next to the restaurants and that, but valet, really? If it's free and you just can walk there, that's just ridiculous. But the biggest problem is that proposed bar, and that's what it is, a bar on the west side. I don't care if it's 40 people or not. And you're going to have outside service, which means there's no noise abatement at all. That's got to go, this plan, as far as I'm concerned. And I'm worried about this. If this goes here, it's going to go in every place else. How are you going to stop it if somebody in Woodward wants to do it? All right, you're going to set a precedence here. So yes, I understand the small, and by the way, 3 bars, really? 3 bars for this place? I can see one small cocktail bar for business travelers who want to have one. You have a breakfast nook for people who want a breakfast or a sandwich. The 3rd bar's got to go. It's just ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the public who'd like to speak, there's a hand. Come on up. Introduce yourself, please.
Hi there. I'm Steve Hunt, live on Potter Avenue. I'd say it's probably about 80 feet from the corner of the proposed barn reuse that we're talking about to the corner of my lot. I'd like to say that, I've been around the neighborhood in a couple of different houses since about 1995. And we all remember what that place used to be. I recognize some familiar faces, Mr. Ellison, Mr. Cowan, from back in the old days when we were dealing with this nuisance. It's an interesting place now. My friends and family like to come here. We like to see the music on the weekends. There's going to be a certain faction of people that just don't want anything in their backyard. We get that. Parking hasn't been a big problem. We don't mind it. The liquor bottles aren't from the people that are coming to the music. That's from other riffraff. The people that come to the music is usually, in my experience, older people like me that like to sit in a lawn chair and have a cocktail and watch a blues band. So I don't see the people as the problem. Have there been some loud shows? Yeah, they're going to have to commit to keeping it down. So I'm in support of it. This guy wants to improve this property and make it look better. I'm all for it. So I'm here to give my support.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Other members of the public? I see a hand right there.
Good evening. My name is Stefan Saba, and I live right next to the pool house in that neighborhood, in that house there, off of Stanley Court. So when they do have the concert, it blares directly into our backyard because there's an opening there that goes through the wall into the backyard there. I love what they have done to the place. The renovations are great. It's beautiful inside. I've been in it. We actually recommend people stay there. Not opposed to having some place for guests to sit and have a joyful drink and have a meal. I do have concerns about parking and about the extra noise that will come with those proposed renovations. That's all I have to say.
All right.
Thank
you. Right there.
My name's John Thomas. I'm a property owner on Potter. You can almost see my house from exactly what we were just talking about, just beyond the dumpster. I've owned the property since 1989, and I will commend the owner that he's cleaned it up. It's pretty nice looking. But in terms of having, number one, right there where you're going to leave that tree in there, okay? Right there next to where the dumpster is. Now they're going to pull the dumpster forward. And they're going to put a fence. If you would pull a picture up of that fence, you could see right through that fence. So what's going to happen to the music? The music's going to come into that neighborhood. I'm a landlord, so I don't live there, but I have tenants that have come. I got a postcard, so that's why I'm here. But my tenants were expressing concern for this. And I just feel, and in that first block, I think there's 6 houses there, I think there's 3 or 4 families that have little kids that are less than 5 years old. What time do those kids go to bed? 7:30, 8 o'clock? I'm concerned about, I can remember Coral Gables. I don't know how long you people have been around here. Coral Gables had serious problems, and what I've realized is that alcohol does not bring out the best in people. So I'm concerned for the neighborhood, and it's a quiet family neighborhood, and I don't have any problem with them coming up with, like a cocktail bar or something like that. But outdoor concerts, especially right there, I mean, you're within 30 feet of the house. I'm the next house there. So I have to say, I don't think it's a good idea. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Right there. Come on up.
Hello. I live now on Stanley Court, and what I can say, the music is really loud. I can hear it in my house with the closed door and windows. That's the first. I'm not sure if that's a good idea with the bar on the corner, like he said, with the alcohol. I'm not sure if the area, with these kids is good for the alcohol. Maybe like a cocktail bar, I agree. But with the live music outside, it's really loud, and I don't like alcohol. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I see a hand back there.
Hello, my name is Annie. I live on Curry Avenue between 11 Mile and Chambers, and I share all the concerns that my fellow neighbors have voiced, but the primary reason I'm here is to talk about my concern about parking. We've heard the business owners say this is the idea is for a hamburger and a beer, but then we're also hearing a lot about music from someone who comes in from Novi. I know someone who comes in from Birmingham, and event space, funeral luncheon. Parking is already a problem. My primary concern is as a renter who lives on Curry Avenue, I rely on street parking. The driveway in my building is leased to the first floor unit, so as a tenant of the second floor, I pay for a yearly resident parking permit, and that comes with one guest parking permit for the evening from 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 a.m. Occasionally, I have more than one guest after 5:30 p.m., such as my holiday Festivus party coming up, when I rely on nearby streets, notably Chambers, to provide parking for my guests and family members. Restricting more of the streets, such as Chambers, to resident parking will also limit the ability to host friends and family at my home, and will do the same to my neighbors. I'll wrap up by saying I don't respect that. I don't believe that this business owner will improve their relationship with the neighborhood and residents who've already complained and have issues, and it's very unclear where this project is going. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Other members of the public would like to be heard on this issue? There's a hand.
Good evening. My name is Włodzimierz Zubal. I'm living on Stanley Court, 818. And it's the same problem with my neighbors. The loud music, it's very loud. I don't know how other people didn't hear this, but for last year, we stayed by summertime only a couple weekends because we have to move from the house. Everybody working. This concert is usually Saturday. We like to rest, go outside, reading book, or invite somebody. It's not possible to listen anybody to talking. Even if we go home and go to bedroom, you hear music. The music is really loud, and this is problem. And I don't know, we complain about this. Nobody react. I don't know how. I'm from different country. I live here 20 years, but I don't know how can be in like a city. So nobody listen. Nobody. Just after 2 years, we have this meeting here, and listen about this music, which we have already 2 years, and nobody react for this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else in the audience like to step up? Right over here.
Sorry, Jenny, so long. Nancy Poprovsky, 1119 Batavia. Thanks for listening. In my opinion, when your child is in a rock band, it's cool. It keeps you young and bonded when parents aren't always considered cool. More on that later. Speaking of cool, the Hotel Royal Oak's owner has stated that Royal Oak is a cool city. So maybe this new project for his hotel will bring more profit and would be cool for him. But what about his neighbors? I feel sorry for them. I know from experience that not all people want to hear very loud music in the privacy of home or backyard. Overall, I have great neighbors. We help and look out for each other. If one of us has a major celebration with loud noise, many cars and people, etc., we make contact with respect. This may happen once or twice a year, but what about a bar that stays open all week with loud music, drunk patrons, and too many cars day after day, night after night? This is not respectful and ruins the neighborhood's quality of life. In fact, while leaving the CVS on 4th Street this past summer, I heard music in the far distance. It got much louder as I headed towards 11 Mile near Hungry Howie's. Hotel Royal Oak had a band out front. I could hear it all the way from 4th Street to 11 Mile. So what about the houses directly behind the hotel? That's not cool. My friend lives in a condo a few doors down from a so-called cool bar that is cool to the patrons. The loud pounding noise keeps neighbors up all night. Parking is impossible. Drunk patrons are rowdy and the police are called constantly. Usually what happens is that it gets quieter for a while, parking is still horrific, and drunk patrons are still obnoxious. Allegedly, the bar owner and mayor are friends, so that's a problem. Back to my son's rock band. They asked the neighbors about practicing, but one neighbor wasn't home. They began to play, and shortly after, someone came to our door. It was my neighbor that was gone when they started. His wife just got home after surgery and needed peace and quiet. They quit playing. Now that's cool. Will Hotel Royal Oak bands quit playing for the neighbors right there, recovering from surgery, or maybe just wanting peace and quiet in their home sweet home? Thank you.
Thank you. Back here.
Good evening. My name is Trish Oliver. I've lived in Royal Oak for almost 40 years. I feel sorry for listening, to the neighbors, especially the mothers who are trying to get their children to sleep. I remember when my children were young, I'd set them down and then creep away and hope for some free time while they slept. And inevitably, the doorbell would ring and they would awaken. But I did not have to sit next to a bar with music, so I did not have to contend with that. I also feel sorry for the neighbor with the beautiful swimming pool. She's created her little slice of heaven on earth, and it will be imposed upon by the noise and the expansion of the hotel into a drinking establishment. So for the first time ever, I believe that this planning commission should listen to the people who live close to this live concert drinking venue that no other city would approve, and instead of the people, and listen to the neighbors who are our ears and eyes of they're our experts, and listen to them instead of the people who donated so much money to the mayor in the last election. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to speak? I see one right there.
Thank you. I'm Rochelle Felty and I live on Vermont. I'm new to Royal Oak for about 3 years, and I discovered Hotel Royal Oak with the music on Saturday night and have enjoyed it a lot the last couple of years. I think that their ideas about expanding and doing things is good for the community. It does bring a lot more people into the community. It makes a lot more people see the wonderful Royal Oak that we all live in and that we love being here. So I don't object to any of it. I'm very supportive of the things that they're doing. I don't think that it is super rowdy. I've been there. I haven't been drunk and passed out on anybody's lawn, promise. And I think that it brings so much to the community and expanding what we want to provide for people to see, that Royal Oak is a very friendly and inclusive place. Thanks.
All right, thank you. All right, anyone else out in the public there like to step up and be heard on this issue? All right, going once, Twice? Is that a hand back there? Okay. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing at this time, bring it back to this side of the table for the consideration of the commissioners, discussion, more questions for the petitioners or Mr. Murphy, or a motion, or whatever pleases the commissioners.
I just want to offer some reflections as a person who's been an extensive business traveler. My trips usually are 2 to 4 weeks, so I often live in hotels. And I also work from home for more than 20 years, and so I'm very sensitive to noise during the day. And so, couple reflections. During the pandemic, the Jazzercise on Main in the north near where I lived had their classes outside all during the pandemic, and it drove me absolutely insane because I could hear it inside my house. It was very loud, and it was extremely difficult to concentrate or do my work. I also lived in Coconut Grove, Miami, Florida, in a high-rise building where there was noise on the weekends, and I lived in a high-rise, and it didn't disturb me as much because that was an area that was known for a party, and I chose to live there. But it was still disturbing, but the Jazzercise was more so. I'm hearing here a lot of concerns about the noise from the neighbors, and so I'm highly concerned about the decibel issue, the types of music, and that aspect of it. And similarly, as a business traveler, when I've stayed in hotels that have weekend events, I used to go to the same hotel in Indonesia very frequently, and I started to learn which room not to stay in, so I did not have to hear the noise on the weekends because it was so loud and so disturbing. So I wonder if that even impacts some of your guests who might be longer-term stay. On the issue of the liquor license, though, and the food, I understand the interest in having that service there, and I could say, as a nearby resident who might come or someone who'd stay there, to me, it seems beneficial, but if it's enclosed, if the music's very quiet, if the music's outside, the speaker should be pointing away from the hotel, maybe to noisy 11 Mile. I don't know about neighbors on the other side. So I'm kind of torn on this issue, but I'm highly concerned about the noise. The parking, I am concerned somewhat, but I think that can be remedied almost more easily. And then the idea that this would turn into something that would be ongoing all the time. Again, a quiet bar service, enclosed. Heck, a smoking room enclosed, something that someone doesn't have. Some people do smoke still. But the idea of loud noise, and that does concern me.
Anything else?
That's just my reflection so far.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and I think maybe to kick this off a little bit, I heard some things that we all agree on, and I heard some things that are up for discussion and dispute. What we all agree, and in full disclosure, I live on South Alexander, so this hotel used to be motel, was at the end of my street. I've driven by it in its non-heyday, and I drive by it now. I drive by it during the concerts as well, moving kids around, and living on South Alexander for 22 years, 23 years. I sometimes don't want to count. I think we all agree that we don't want to go back to the days of the $30 a night, bed bug, roach motel. I think everybody agrees that where we're at today in terms of the hotel, the facility, the rooms, things of that nature, is a much better improvement for the surrounding neighborhood and for our city at large. I understand the petitioner's need to incorporate a bar service. I don't think it's unusual for hotels that are competing, especially during the week, to have some sort of service. The tables look, in the way it's set up, look to me to be set up for the use of the patrons of the hotel primarily, and maybe some neighborhood traffic. I think if people had a choice to come to Royal Oak, no offense to the petitioner, they're probably not going to stop at that hotel bar when they have so many options in downtown Royal Oak. I would see some people maybe coming out of the neighborhood for a quick drink, meet a friend or something like that. So I think the idea, the concept at a 10,000 foot level makes sense to keep a successful business, small business going. If you're not growing, you're dying. And if you're dying, you're going back to $30 a night motels, and I don't think any of us want to see that. The thing that I hear coming up most is the concern with sound. And we've had some, and maybe we could get some reminders, Mr. Murphy. There's this, the purview of the Planning Commission is a little we have to consider all of these factors, but when it comes to the enforcement of sound, and if something is breaking our ordinance, and we've had these conditions in other parts of the city, it's enforced. I think the nature of what has transpired over the summers with the special permits is a little different than what we've done with actual plans of operation and liquor licenses. So I'm not giving false hope or anything, but when these things, when liquor licenses get approved with noise ordinances, it's a huge enforcement issue. If they move a bar, or if they move a tap, that is a violation of liquor law. Michigan is very, very strict. So I think that is a little bit separate, because that's something that would come to the city commission to understand hours of operation, decibel levels, what are the noise canceling technologies that you're employing. I will disclose my company does make noise canceling equipment. I'm not advocating for it one way or the other, but there are remedies when you start looking at things that are tied to a liquor license that go above and beyond a special permit. I certainly empathize with the neighbors. I would not want to have blaring sound in my backyard, but at the same time, what's reasonable is determined and prescribed by law, and it needs to be enforced if that's the case, independent of what a layout or site plan or recommendation would be. I have neighbors. I live on South Alexander, like I said, and I probably got we're very 45-foot lots. On any given Saturday night, I got my next door neighbors. They have people over all the time. Over the years, put my kids to bed early. Sometimes the radio's a little loud, sometimes it's not. I think there are things you can do with canned music to avoid disruption. Any sort of live music, if it's a solo guitar inside a building, I'm not as concerned about, but if it's the concerts, the Saturday night concerts, I think that is something that should be and can be managed and will be and considered differently in an express liquor license agreement. So I think it's important that we hear this feedback, and I'm grateful that the folks that came out tonight to express their concerns about the noise, because I don't know where this is going, but if it moves on to the commission, that's something that has to be better immortalized in a liquor license agreement versus the status quo of how it's operating today. Those are my comments for now.
All right, other comments? Oh, there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a tough one. I'll be up front. I do not like the outdoor cafe where it's at. Buried back in the corner of that lot, you are putting it right next door to residents and across the street from residents, and I think there's a far better place if you're going to have that social area. My suggestion would be put it in the center where you have your grass area, and wall it up like the bars downtown have. You got it out in the middle of the street. They put the bars on it, and you can serve it from your front lounge. I'm going back and forth on the back bar, the garage one, configured differently. It made it more of a meeting room for the hotel, a gathering space for the hotel that offers bar service, so that you can have those. You can watch the football game, or someone can have a small lunch meeting or Christmas parties for whatever in that space, and use it in that way rather than a bar that's open for the public. You can open it to the public and offer it to rent to the public, but don't make it a bar that you put music in there and people come and eat. I think that's not a good use of that spot. I think you've got a unique opportunity to turn that into something special that's going to benefit the hotel. I also had an idea, I don't know if it would work or not, where you're putting your bar up front off the lobby. You could gut out, I'm not sure if you could afford to lose 4 rooms, but you could gut out those 4 existing rooms and make that your conference center bar and not use the garage. God, there was something else I was going to talk about too. I can't get it, but we've heard a lot of comments tonight about the noise from the bands. Yes, they're bands, they're amplified, they're out there, and I'm not sure if people say you do shut down at 10 o'clock, you don't shut down at 10 o'clock, I don't care. it's bothering people. You need to solve that problem. If 10 o'clock is the shut off, 10 o'clock is the shut off. But again, it's once a month. You have a concert once a month, or you have them every weekend now?
12 a year, once every Saturday, not Green Cruise and not Art Space Lanes.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Mayor Ellison, we started the season a lot later.
Microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. We actually this past year started the season a lot later. Every Saturday, not Dream Cruise, not Arts Beats and Eats. So this past year we had 12 shows. The first year for the pandemic we actually started in March because it was super warm and we were dying to get out of the house. So probably 12 shows.
12 shows a year, so you're basically once a month. So you're not doing them.
No, it's only during the summer, so it's every Saturday.
Okay, so
yeah.
so you're doing 12 shows during the summer. Gotcha.
Right.
Okay. Can we roll that back? Can you do every other weekend for the summer? Get you like 6 or 8 shows or whatever. Change the rules so that you shut your time off. Because I think it's a good draw for the hotel. It's a good draw for the area. And done properly, I think it could be a benefit to the neighborhood. But if it's 12 shows over 4 warm months, that's a lot. Especially if the neighbors aren't convinced that you're working with them. So, but then.
So let me, can I say
Yeah, go
this?
ahead.
I'm actually surprised to hear that from the neighbors because I haven't heard that before. We did just have a management change, so I'd encourage anybody to walk in and talk to John Calvin, who's the manager, or talk to Harry, who's at the front desk and the F&B guy, and tell us when it's an issue. Because the neighbors are our market. You want the neighborhood to love you. So I've heard today that there's some folks that don't love us, which, is concerning to me. And I want to hear that. You want to hear things like that when you own a business. So, we'll listen. Like, for example, the one gentleman who talked about there's an opening on that north wing that goes through. And obviously, that's a conduit for a lot of noise for him. So we got to soundproof that. That's an issue. The selection of bands and telling bands, what to play and telling them they have a hard stop at 10 seems really important. And maybe going to more of an unplugged model, so it's not so amplified and that's not such an issue, seems to be, something that we need to do. Likewise, that deck on the garage side, on the west side, definitely there's some sound things that we can do with that, and some ways that we can insulate that. I hear you.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of things that need to be modified. So I'm not sure if we're in a position to approve this tonight. Would you be open to holding this over to give your team the opportunity to work with some of these changes and maybe reach out to get some more input from the neighbors? Because I got to say right now, I'm not sure if I can approve this. If I've got to approve this, I'm probably not going to do it.
So here's the issue. So this process has taken a long time. We did a purchase agreement for that liquor license in, I want to say, June. And we have deadlines to purchase it. So we just extended that deadline for 30 days. That deadline expires 12/30. So these liquor licenses are hard to come by, these resorts. To get a resort, you have to have more than 25 sleeping rooms. So what I'd rather listen to the comments from everybody, and I'd rather do those and reconfigure those before we go to the commission for final approval, and work with the neighbors and listen to everything that everybody said. Because I want to keep it on a timeline. Plus, I want to do any building we have to do to modify the space, January, February, and March, which is our slowest season. But primarily, it's the liquor license. If we don't close by 12/30, then we lose the license. So then I got to go out and get another one. Okay. And that's a tough thing to do. But I can listen to your comments, and I'd encourage the neighbors who, I walked out the other day on Stanley Court because we had that meeting, and the folks on Stanley Court didn't come, and they were closest to the hotel. So I stopped by each one of their houses. I left a business card at each house, and I didn't hear back. So, I want to ask the neighbors to come to us and talk to us, because you know how to get a hold of me. I've lived in Royal Oak since '94. I have my business Razor Law here. You know, I'm not an out-of-towner. I'm here.
Okay, now I understand. I've known you for a lot of years, Jim, and I know what you're all about. Are you willing to consider getting rid of the social area on the northwest corner?
I see that more as a hangout with around a fire sort of place. You know, not wood, because we can't have wood. I actually found a really cool mid-century modern fireplace for that. But yeah, I mean, everything's like
I don't care
negotiable.
what it's made out of, whether it's made out of PVC or wood or whatever. I just think putting tables back there with people sitting around them in the early evening, drinking and talking, and you know how their voices rise, and I think it's just going to be a disturbance to the neighbors.
I could work on, the only problem is, and I'm not saying no, because I want to do something that works. The only problem is any other reconfiguration I do is going to eat up parking. So I had a conversation with the manager and some other folks about doing one entrance on the main U and expanding a deck out of the lobby, but it eats up 4 or 5 spaces. So I'm trying to do a plan that uses the existing space to do something, and so, you know, I think...
And again, we could talk about parking spaces. The only time you've got a parking problem is when you have your concerts.
True.
9 times out of 10, you're during, you know, Monday through Friday, the hotel's got guests and they've all got their parking places, and you haven't got events going on except for the weekend. So your parking issues come up during the weekend, and you've already talked about you're going to use the lot over at Village. You got your valet to take care of the transient cars that are coming in for people that are coming in for the shows. So I'm not as upset about giving you, you know, a cut on some of the spaces. I'd rather see you take that social area and put it into your center space, even if you've got to take a couple parking spaces away from that and can configure it so that it's kind of a bigger social space in the confines, in the center of your building. So it's surrounded by 4 walls of your building. And then you can, you know, how you facilitate serving it out there, out on the front lounge or back lounge, it doesn't matter. But I just don't like it over in that corner. I think it's too close to their neighborhood, and I think you can use that space much better by turning your garage area into more of a quiet lounge. Keep all your activity into the lounge that's off the lobby, because that's the front of your building. That's 11 Mile Road. That's busy city. So there, and then you've got your concert. Those are my opinions, but I'm just telling you, if we've got to go on this tonight with that social area in that corner, you're not going to get my vote.
Okay, I understand.
Okay.
Let me ask you, hour a day limitation for the social?
I'm sorry.
If there was a limitation on the time that we'd use the west bar deck, is what I'll call it?
Again, I'm not sure if that would even do it, because it's going to be the one time you're going to get out there, and it's you know, the Lions are going to win the Super Bowl, and you're going to have a big party out there in this thing, and it's going to be loud, and it's going to be right there, as opposed to bringing it up front where it's in the middle of your hotel, so the only area you're disturbing are your guests, and you have to deal with that at the business level. I just don't think it's fair to put that kind of activity on the farthest northwest corner of your property, away from everything else. I mean, as far away from the hotel rooms, as far away from your lobby. It's because you've got a building there and an empty space that you want to fill it with something, and I understand that. Fill it with a couple more parking spaces. Put your dumpster back there. I don't know, but I just don't think that's the place for that to be.
All right, we have any other questions over here? Commissioner Douglas.
Not questions so much, but comments.
Yes.
I agree with Commissioner Allison. This is a hotel, and it's a non-conforming use, but it exists as a hotel. And the bar in the northwest corner is like a completely different ancillary activity. If it were, I mean, I had thought initially that it was purely a private booking space, not a public bar. And I think it's too close to the neighborhood. I think it's superfluous. It's probably a revenue center, so I imagine it affects their the profitability of the liquor license, but I just don't feel like it fits. As I said earlier, I've been to the concerts at the hotel, the Saturday concerts. I've enjoyed myself, but it's in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Nobody ever thought there would be rock concerts in that space. So this will come to the city commission to Mayor Fournier and I and the rest of the city commissioners. And as was made clear earlier, we as a city commission can't deny a liquor license. We can only approve or disapprove of a plan of operation. And so it will be when that comes to us at the city commission that we will consider whether or not to grant a liquor license that allows that outdoor entertainment. But I will say that given the existing conditions, I'm not inclined to support that.
All right, Mr. Esbree.
Yeah, I think the two previous speakers made some pretty good points. I think it's reasonable to assume that if you're the first house immediately to the north of the hotel, that you should be able to sit in the corner of your yard and garden or do whatever without a bar patron literally sitting 18 inches away. The bar itself wouldn't bother me so much if it was cinder block walls on three sides and then perhaps you had doors opening to the north facing 11 Mile. But the patio as configured, I do think does create an opportunity for too much noise. I think it does impinge on the neighborhood, and I think, those neighbors do deserve some separation. It looks like you have roughly, depending how many people sit in the horseshoe booth, seating for 44 or 48 people, what have you, on the inside. And I think that could be configured in such a way, again, blocked off on all three walls so there's nothing, no noise going toward the neighborhood. I don't think that's a heavy ask, and I think protecting the neighborhood to some degree, I think that's fair and reasonable.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so we're looking at, we've focused a lot of the conversation on the northwest corner and on the special event concert. So what I'm trying to do is sort this out. And there are other elements in this plan. One, my understanding, there's a 3-bar application. It sounds like some commissioners up here have an issue with one of those locations, but there's a float and then there's another plan here to have one in the front and then the restaurant to the east. So we focused a lot on this part, and maybe that's something that there aren't the votes here, for that corner to recommend, that particular location. But what about the rest of the project? Because I see the little restaurant area here to the east being, again, for business travelers that, get in late or whatever, want to get some eggs in the morning, bacon, whatever, they have options. They can go 2 doors down, they can go here. It's a dead space right now. It's adaptive reuse. It's something that certainly clears up. If we had vacant space there, or we could convert that to something productive where neighbors could go and even grab a cup of coffee or some eggs or whatever, toast, breakfast, whatever they serve. And then I do think the concept and idea of having a service area for the bar and having a bar, and whether that front part in the lobby is there as it is, I think is, I would say, I don't know the business here, but it would seem it would be critical for the success of the hotel operation, given what the market bears nowadays. The idea of the bar in the northwest corner, I'd like to think optimistically that there are abilities to manage sound and noise. And you have an operation here with a lot of rooms that have been here since 1950. There's always people and things going on and people walking around, closing their car doors. There is noise there today. Having a big, loud speaker system in that back corner is clearly a no-go. But, I don't know what that sounds like when you have 5 tables of people outside sitting around having a beer with maybe a low-grade radio, or not radio, piped-in music. And, I'm not saying I would want to totally abandon that idea, but I see the concerns of my fellow commissioners. But the rest of the operation and the request here, I'd like to maybe hear what my colleagues think about the rest of it, because I do think there's a lot of positives here. We always focus on the things that may be of concern, but I'd really like to hear about the rest of the proposal here. And is there something here that's a partial recommendation that goes to the commission versus an all-in-one?
Before I call on Mr. Ellison, I just, again, want to clarify the process here. We have a special land use that would be, are we going to recommend that there be liquor allowed on this site, correct? Mr. Murphy, don't stop paying attention to me over there. That's the question that's number one for the special land use. Now, I have a little bit of an issue here, is that the basis of consideration has at least three, number 2, number 3, and number 4, that really are very dependent on the plan of operation, which we've heard some of it, but I don't think we have the plan of operation in our packet. If it was, I missed it. We've asked some questions about that here, but I'm struggling that without knowing what the plan of operation is, I don't know if it'll be operated to be harmonious. I don't know if it's going to be disturbing, and I don't know if it's going to be an improvement, because I don't know the plan of operation. So I've got some hesitancy about that, but my point is, the first vote we're going to do here is special land use, yes or no. We can make recommendations to the city commission what the operations might be, including the music if we want, but that's issue number 1, correct? Okay, Mr. Ellison.
No, you threw me off because I was going to respond to what the mayor was saying. Just to clarify, I don't have a problem with the diner whatsoever. I don't have a problem with the bar off the lobby, okay? And I don't have major heartburn with the bar in the back. I just, absolutely not on the outdoor serving area. I think the big space in the back, the use of the garage, again, if it's utilized as it's not as a common restaurant open all the time, come and get your dinner, but as a meeting space for the hotel that they can serve liquor, obviously, and you can have baby showers back there, you can have whatever back there. Utilize that space for the public, because this city does not have a lot of meeting space, but also for your hotel patrons, and just get the idea of that being a walk in and buy a beer type of place. But again, that you can do that up front with the lounge off the lobby, and the diner to me is a no-brainer. That's easy. But again, I wish when you look at the old style hotels when these things were built, what was always in the center of the courtyard? The swimming pool. So what you need, if your focus is going to be your liquor license and your restaurant, put that patio in the center of your courtyard. Take out 4 parking spaces, move it across, and you're going to have a place for people to sit to watch your concerts that are going to be held, and
okay.
Make it all work.
Over here, Ms. Beakey.
I want to make a comment responding to the mayor's question about the other aspects. I don't have a lot of difficulty with the bar in the front or that diner. And as I said, as a functioning hotel, I can understand the want to have that liquor license. So much other comments, the one in the other corner with the outside deck. I mean, again, I don't know anything about the cash flow or the rentals, but we also need long-term residency type spaces. Royal Oak has a lot of attraction for people. Maybe that's a bigger suite with a nice side patio, but again, to move the activities into the center of the area. And again, I just want to express my deep concern and empathy for people who have been not able to use their own gardens, their yards, during the summer because it's so loud. So that unplugged idea, a different kind of vibe, and when you're having live music, I think is essential to create something that is both wonderful, and I think it is wonderful, but we're past the pandemic now. We don't have those excuses. I'm thanking my lucky stars. Those jazzercise women went back indoors. It's almost all women. A few men sometimes go to jazzercise. I've even been there, but that kind of noise, it's not appropriate near residential areas past that pandemic grace period, in my opinion. Anyway, to answer your question, so to me that's one liquor license and approval for that special use, but the one in the back is the one, again, I have the same concerns with, because I just think it will exacerbate something that has become a bit of a norm with your visitors to those musical events, and it would just go on more.
All right. Again, just focusing, and trying to focus everybody. The first question is about whether or not we want to recommend that liquor be served on this property. That's number 1. And we have our, that should be focus number one. I think, and Mr. Murphy can correct me, that what goes where is in the site plan. So, I mean, they are related, but, the site plan is the second issue.
I would say that the special land use, the text for the special land use does describe the discrete areas.
That's what I was going to ask.
Oh, it does.
I think we have to designate how many locations the liquor is going to be served.
In the special land use?
Yes, it is in the special land use. Mr. Murphy, am I?
It's related, yes, absolutely.
So,
If it was more minor in nature, you may view it differently than if it was the 4 areas that they've described.
Okay.
Because the text for the special land use, item 6, other findings, lists A, the bar lounge with outdoor social area, that's the northwest, B, the bar lounge in the lobby, C, the outdoor lounge, and D, the diner. And E, additional service areas, F, off-street parking, but for, in terms of the areas, those are the crucial elements. I might be inclined to support the meeting space in the northwest corner, but when it came to me at the city commission, I would be looking to see that come in as a private meeting space, not a public bar.
Okay.
I think the petitioner wanted to offer a few clarifications, maybe before we ask any more questions, if that's okay.
I have a proposal.
Certainly, okay.
Yeah. I mean, just to break the logjam, because, no, we're listening and we understand. So here, unfortunately, we got this time frame, but we do have the opportunity, if the planning commission so chooses to move it forward, that the city commission will be able to work out the absolute fine details. Okay, first of all, so this is a package deal. We'll eliminate the northwest outdoor space, okay? We'll move that somewhere to the east parking lot. We're talking to Jeff right now, but it's hard to define exactly where it would go. Maybe where Commissioner Ellison has mentioned, adjacent to the outdoor social area. So we'd like to keep the event space, the meeting space, the building. It'll be enclosed. It won't have, windows to open up, so any sound will be within the building, okay?
I'm sorry, which meeting space is that?
In the northwest corner, the old garage.
Yes,
The old garage. So we would preserve that as meeting space for rentals, events, those types of things. And then we would come before the city commission. We'd like to keep the outdoor social area, but we would then come to the city commission with a sound management plan for those 12 concerts. Whether it's unplugged, whether it's using sound reduction, something of that nature that has a little more to it than just saying we're going to observe the sound ordinance, and we'll work with a sound engineer or whoever to see what is the best way we can do that. So that would be our proposal. Yes? I just want to make sure, if I could, Gary, just want to make sure I heard you correctly. So the social area is going to go away from the northwest corner?
Yes.
Okay, and it's going to be relocated somewhere, hopefully within the center of the horseshoe?
In the east,
somewhere
we
in the
call it the east
horseshoe.
parking lot area.
Okay, I just want to make sure I heard that clear.
Right.
So as we approve the land use, and we've got so we can still designate the 3 locations for the liquor license. Is it 3 locations for the liquor license or 4? The diner doesn't have the liquor license, does it? The diner does too?
The diner,
Licensed area.
yeah, the diner's a licensed area, the social area, the bar lobby, the event, the building, the garage, and then this, whether this, if it's adjacent.
Where I'm getting at, I'm trying to speed this up. What we got to do is we got to approve a land use with 4 locations. Details we worked out in the plan of operation. That goes in front of the city commission. Is that fair, Joseph?
Is it 4 areas?
If we move that area.
If the outdoor area, considering if the outdoor area is adjacent to the horseshoe, as you call it, the outdoor social district, then that would be 4 areas, if you include that in that configuration.
Yeah. So we got the events, I'll call it the event space. The garage is 1.
The garage.
and we've got the lounge off the lobby is 2.
Right.
You've got the diner is 3, if that's right, and then the 4th
And then
is the
with the outdoor social
space.
area with the additional outdoor space that we're moving.
Okay. So, and Joe, we can do that, we can designate those 4 spots, and then the details of how those are laid out can come out in plan of operation.
Yes.
All right,
Just one other point of clarification though, but moving that deck from that northwest corner garage, you're saying that when that moves, it's no longer just going to be operational on those nights of the music, that the bar will be outside in that area all the time, all during the year, right? Because your bar is supposed to be open all the time, or it's only open for special events? I'm just thinking about the noise again and voices carrying.
Yeah, again, my understanding on special event, there's not going to be a bar access outside.
No.
Outside access,
Right.
so
No,
all
we're gonna
activities
eliminate the
in
outside
the
access.
event area will happen within the building. There's no
Yeah,
outside
everything
bar.
would happen within that garage area.
Right, but the deck would still be moved to the outside of the middle zone, but only used during the concerts then?
No.
No, it could be.
No, that would be used anytime.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I may,
you may.
Please.
we're trying to visualize something which we do not have drawings and the public has not been noticed of, correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
Got to come
that's
back.
why I was asking you.
I'm sorry, say that again?
All of us are trying to visualize what's been verbalized. Typically, we have those shown on a set of drawings, and that's what we word correctly in our public notice, and people are well informed in advance of the meeting and at the meeting are able to see the actual drawings to understand what's being discussed. We're talking about entirely different concepts which we have not vetted, nor has the public been given any notice of.
Well, okay, I'm going to, hold on a second, I'm going to just see if I can clarify that, because what I thought is that the drawing showed an outdoor bar space, 3 indoor bar spaces, and we're still talking about one outdoor bar space that would move, and the other 3, that Northwest isn't going to be a bar. I don't think we're going to approve that. The other 2 are going to be the bars that they've proposed. So what we're really talking about is saying you're not going to have an outdoor liquor space on the northwest corner. You're going to put it somewhere else. So I think the only thing that wasn't put out to the public is the movement of that space to another space.
And we don't have any idea the size of it, how it operates, if it meets the building code, fire code requirements. We don't have any knowledge of any of that.
Joseph, how can we do this so that we can get the site plan, the liquor license problem solved? Can we send that out of the land use with that description, and so they can finalize the liquor license, and then we'll bring something?
I don't know how you then move to approve a site plan which you don't have in front of you.
Yeah, let's let our council have a
Well,
word here.
before you try to answer that, Joseph, a liquor license has been used frequently up here by the commission. You're not approving a liquor license.
No.
That is done by the state, subject to the plan of operation by the commission at a later date, where they also consider the music or live entertainment as part of that plan of operation. So saying we're approving a liquor license is not correct.
but in order
We're
to-
approving a special land use for bars for different uses that are proposed in this building, such as for the use of a potential bar eventually if the liquor licenses are obtained. So I just want to make sure, because a lot of people have said we're approving a liquor license. We are not approving, or you're not asked to approve, nor can you approve a liquor license. You're approving the special land uses that are being proposed physically to those buildings, the restaurant, the addition of the bar and lounge spaces within that building. So I just want to make that clear, because that's been said a lot. Thanks.
I apologize. I mean, I know that well enough.
I know you
But
do.
in order to get the liquor license, we've got to have the land use.
And just a point of clarification related to that, because this does come up often when we're talking about this. Once we either recommend or not recommend the special land use, if it were to become attached to this property, that's something that then is retained even if the property is sold. We've talked about that. So that changes the dimension of this property in perpetuity.
Correct. It runs with the land, so anything granted would run with the land.
So even if another operator was there, that would be granted?
I mean, they'd have
so-
to work out the liquor licensing, sale, and transfer
Yeah.
of that, but the physical changes would run with the land and stay with the land. It would extend, as Joseph described to you, it would maintain that pre-existing non-conforming use that's essentially grandfathered in because that existed prior to the change in the zoning ordinance.
We're voting to permit this use on the land.
Right. Correct, and you could vote to approve or deny. Again, it's a recommendation. The commission can do whatever they see fit, regardless of your recommendation. Although I'm sure they value your thoughts and recommendations.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Casada summed it up, I mean, quite well, where we have a site plan in front of us today, right? I think what the discussion has boiled down to, at least what I get a feeling from some of the commissioners, is the northwest corner, you have an outdoor seating area. Some find that not acceptable. It's too close to the neighborhood. It might be too loud. It might pose some issues. The petitioner has said, which is often the case up here, there's small minor changes and things like that. Okay, we'll move that outdoor area and we'll move it into the middle, right there, surrounded, where the only neighbors are the patrons of the hotel. That garage there we'll still use for special events. We want it for special events, like if you have a birthday party or potluck luncheon, whatever it is, and they want to sell beer out of there, they'll still do that, but that's it's confined inside the building, winter, summer, whatever. It's in that facility. There's not the noise issue that would accommodate the same thing with the garage doors open in the outdoor service areas. So the noise issue has been there. The petitioner has also said, which is, I believe, outside the purview of this planning body, because it's dealing with it's not really a site plan issue so much. I think the noise of the special events, that's something that has to be handled in the plan of operation with the city commission, and to give confidence to this planning commission, because that is where a lot of the neighbors have come and said, hey, this is too loud, that they're going to provide a plan in their plan of operation to control the sound of those 12 events or 5 events, however they plan to do. If they're acoustic, they put big noise canceling speakers up there, whatever it is with sound engineers, professionals, that there will be, but that's outside the special land use to say, hey, look, they can have a bar here, they can serve alcohol on this property as far as a land use point of view, and they'll do it in these 3 spots with the exception of the unknown, which we imagine is going to be straight in the middle there. They don't have to put that in. It doesn't have to be approved that they have that outdoor deck. That part could come back for further consideration if there is something that can't be worked out, I would imagine. And to me, that sounds reasonable. Take all the noise and everything aside. Should a hotel in Royal Oak be able to serve liquor at this property in these general area or in these areas, these specific areas, I think we should be able to answer that question tonight. Where that outdoor place goes in the middle, I think, is the question. Where the dumpster is, the site plan, everything else, other than that, where they would move that outdoor service area, I believe there's a site plan here to, make comments on and make recommendations on as far as forwarding that recommendation. Maybe I'm simplifying it too much. There's all these considerations, but we have a certain specific task. And I think Mr. Casada summed it up way better than me.
Yeah, and I think that if I understand correctly, this is the first time we've done this where we've had a special land use permitting alcohol use. This is a new ordinance,
Yeah.
yes?
It's a little tricky, yeah.
Yeah, and I also heard, though, from Mr. Murphy that we can recommend make operational recommendations, which I think we should.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should say, every year you're going to state the number of events. They're going to be on Saturday night. They're only going to be so late on Saturday night. After a certain time, they're going to be cut off. The bars are going to be open at such and such a time. I think all those things, I think we could recommend. I also agree that I haven't really piped up too much about this, but the garage area as a meeting space makes sense. but that too, is not going to be, after 10 o'clock. And there's no outdoor meeting or outdoor bar space there. So I think that whoever makes a motion, I think the first one is, are we going to recommend permitting alcohol on this property, and any operational recommendations you want to make? Mr. Esprey.
So my only thought would be, we've spent a lot of time kicking around, thank you, the idea of, where the liquor licenses should be applicable and what's appropriate and what's not. But we haven't talked about, so there are 12 contingencies, I think if I have it right, being recommended by the planning department, the last 6 of which are largely administrative and, the boilerplate stuff. But, setbacks, off-street parking, and other standards shall be provided as determined necessary and advisable by the planning commission. Non-conforming uses, structure may be extended and altered. We haven't talked about, we have talked about the outdoor social area. We haven't talked about the parking numbers. We haven't talked about eliminating the seating along 11 Mile as the planning department has recommended. The planning department is recommending that we get rid of the waste receptacle enclosure in its entirety as it's related to Potter. So there's
all kinds of stuff.
Are you looking at the site plan? Site
yeah.
plan. Okay, but that's the second issue.
Yeah. No, but they're tied together, and if they're looking for any advisory comments from us, there's a whole lot more to this than just where the specific uses of the liquor license are going to be.
Okay, yes. I don't want to get confused. Maybe I'm confusing myself. Is that, all right. Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to try a motion.
All right.
I move that we approve the special land use as described by staff with one exception, and that is removal of the social area, the outdoor social area, item 6A, in the northwest corner. That would be the only change. This leaves the lobby bar intact. It leaves the center, service area in the center horseshoe intact, and it leaves the diner intact. That's really the only change from the special land use as proposed.
Except, correct me if I'm wrong,
Okay.
What they're proposing is a bar in the garage, and we're saying,
I said remove the outdoor social area. I didn't say remove the bar.
okay, if that's your motion, then that's your motion.
Yes.
Okay.
Remove the bar from where? From the social area or from the
Remove
garage?
the outdoor social area
Yeah.
from the northwest corner.
Okay, but you're not eliminating it from the project because they want to move that into the center, and that's got a bar with it.
To be determined by the plan of operation.
Okay.
These are physical conditions, and that's the one physical change from the plan as submitted.
Okay. So I'm going to repeat the motion. The motion is to approve the special land use as proposed with the exception of the outdoor social area in described in 6A. Is that
Yes.
what you're saying? Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
All right, comments?
Okay.
No, you said we still have the 4 locations for serving alcohol in that motion, in that
Yeah.
land use. Okay, so
Okay.
we still have 4.
Okay, and I'm going to pipe up. I'm not going to support this because what I heard about the garage is it's a bar, there's a dance floor, it's always open, and I can operate till 2 o'clock in the morning. That's what I heard. And when I look on the map, I can do a little bit of eyeballing. I think that building is about 12 feet from the house. I don't think it's 20 feet. I think it's 12 feet from that house. I don't know if maybe we went out there and measured it. So I'm not going to support that. You guys can. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'll take a different take on that. I think that the dance floor and all of that, I don't, and this will all be determined in the plan of operation and if we want to offer the recommendation that, the special land use is approved also with the recommendation that, there's limitations on that bar there. I think the intent of that bar is to have alcohol service for primarily special events and then maybe in the winter, the patrons come there. I think the dance floor is just a
Small wedding so they can dance.
small wedding or small, kid's birthday party or whatever it may be. I think we've seen this at the city commission on countless occasions where almost every single liquor license applicant wants to have the ability to have a dance floor. It's rarely a feature. I don't see that being, or even having the capacity, again, no offense to the petitioner, to even compete with a dance bar, dance club, and like that would be equivalent in Detroit or Royal Oak. I believe that you might have for a bar mitzvah. You might have some music playing, and then some kids, I guess, men in a bar mitzvah's case, because you become a man, and dancing in the 10 by 10 foot area, maybe whatever. So I don't think the intent is to make that a club or bar. I think it's to support the guests that are staying there, to have a community space, and with all community space, when you cater and things like that, people are going to be like, oh, well, can we get some beer on tap? If we're going to have a business meeting here, a luncheon meeting, and we want to serve some beer, whatever it may be. So I think that's really my understanding of the purpose. So that'll be sorted out in the plan of operation, but from strictly saying this location for a special land use should have the ability to serve alcohol in these areas as a land use point of view, I support. The details of how they're going to do it, we can offer some recommendations with that approval, and we can, when it comes to the city commission, there'll be everything from noise, how you do that, to, no glow sticks and whatever. I don't know. That's my, feeling of it. Just my experience being up here 12 years, seeing lots of liquor licenses come forward.
Can I ask the architect a quick question?
Sure.
What is the garage made out of?
I believe it's all concrete block.
Concrete block.
Is that your Jim? It's all block, it's all masonry.
Okay, we do have the ability to soundproof that if we needed to.
Yeah, we can look at furring the walls
Yeah,
out.
without turning this into a long
Acoustic-
discussion, I wanted to just, it's not made out of tin, so it's
No, no.
It's already got some 8-inch
Very
block,
dense.
it's already got some sound deadening on it, okay?
Correct.
Mr. Esbury.
Actually, I have a question for our city attorney. And with all due respect to Ms. Douglas, it's late, we're getting punchy, and I think we're all starting to think in circles, but the motion that Ms. Douglas has proposed, do you feel it's adequately encompassing as an advisory tool for the city commission, or is it lacking in any way?
No, I think it's spot on.
All right.
You got one win, all right? You got it.
I was just going to make the comment that as much as I think it's appropriate that this venue, this motel or hotel would have liquor license, that northwest corner does concern me equally, as Mr. Casada has mentioned. And my other concern, because our public hearing is the only opportunity for the neighbors, for the city residents to have this opportunity to come and comment. I mean, they can come comment at the other approval, but it moves along much more. I'd be more comfortable if it were able to come back, and I recognize the time crunch. So I guess I'm hesitant to approve, even though in general terms I'm kind of with the idea, but as far as what we have on paper, to Mr. Murphy's point, is not quite there yet. And so in that sense, I would be hesitant to approve tonight. But I understand the city commission will receive, it moves on regardless of our position.
I would say that the site plan is there. You're just taking a marker and you're scratching out that outdoor service area, at least not the motion that's on the table. Now, whether that's acceptable or not, but as a modus of rationale, the rationale is we have a site plan in the motion that was made that scratches out that corner where the outdoor service area would be for that northwest corner. The outdoor part.
Right, and I'm acknowledging the indoor bar might also be a problem at that corner for me.
Okay, that's different though, but we do have a site plan. Yeah.
I suppose I could, I don't know if my vote is even needed, but I would support the motion if it came with a recommendation, an operational recommendation said that the garage area be limited to event and meeting space, and that's okay if they serve liquor, but if it's an event and meeting space. That's my feeling.
I would call for a vote on the motion as presented.
I think that's all I can do.
And then just, yeah.
All right, any further discussion on the motion as presented, which is to recommend approval of the special land use as presented with the exception of removing the outdoor social area in the northwest corner.
Just one quick clarification from council. If a motion like this fails, we can still chip away at it and make modifications, right? It's because it's not an explicit denial.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Just trying to pretend to be that lawyer talk, Just want to confirm.
All right, if there's no further discussion, I'm going to call for the voice vote on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 ayes and 2 nays. So the motion passes. So now we are on the site plan.
I think 4, 5, and 6.
And so I got to ask a clarification here. The site plan says that area is a bar up in the garage. So that's what we would be dealing with here. We have to prove that or deny it, yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Jim?
Yeah, I'm looking, if you're talking about the bar that's on the outside of the garage building, the one that's inside what used to be the social area, because there's a second bar inside that. There's a bar inside that building, and then there's a bar outside.
I'm just saying, I'm not supporting the bar inside.
You're not supporting the bar inside?
I am not.
Yeah, we said this is gone.
Yeah, I understand
So that's
that.
all.
I understand that, okay? But this is still left.
Yeah, 6 tables.
And that's a bar. If you look at it, this is outside bar.
That's a service station bar.
Yeah, and then
Yeah, that outside area is gone, the service to the outside, my understanding, but it would be just that interior part there as the permanent service.
So is there no more liquor in the garage area?
No, there's still liquor.
Okay.
Meeting and event space. That's what I think, but that's my opinion.
That could all be worked out in the plan
Mr.
of
Mayor.
operation.
Yeah, I would just say on the site plan on that, I mean, it's a bar, meeting and event space, it's 6 tables in a bar to make drinks. You know what I mean? It's never going to be this raucous place with 6 tables. So if it's a place in the wintertime that, there's a Pistons game on or something and the people staying in the hotel, the business travelers want to go in there because they decided they're just going to watch a game in there. I don't know how that impairs the neighborhood or any, why that has to be a special event or a meeting space. I think it's with 6 tables. I agree. I would actually be more in alignment with Mr. Quesada's thought if it was 20 tables, but it's 6.
Let me just make a comment. Meeting space in a hotel, but it's what I understood when I spoke to people about this, is that supporting the hotel as a meeting space, you use hotel meeting rooms for things like arbitrations or mediations or other presentations. Like, for instance, if you were going to have a neighborhood meeting about a special land use, you could hold it in a meeting space. That's what a meeting space is to me. And if you want to serve alcohol during that, that's great. Or if you want to do something like that, I'm still not supporting a 365-day-a-year, whatever, open till 2 o'clock bar in that space. That's just my opinion. Okay, but we have a motion to make here.
All right, I'm looking at the site plan, which has 12 points in it. The 3 that I'm looking at are 4, 5, and 6. Number 4, I would remove the reference to the outdoor social area since it's already gone. So number 4 would read, the outdoor lounge and all other outdoor service areas shall only include those elements depicted on the site and landscape plans. Number 5 has to do with the trash bin.
Sure, can I stop you for a minute? Where are you at?
On page 9 and 10 of the PDF, the site plan.
Which is page 1 and 2 of the site plan report from the staff.
Item 5 here asks them to not put the waste enclosure on Potter. I find backing out onto 11 Mile a lot less desirable than backing out to Potter, so I would strike number 5. Number 6 is outdoor seating along 11 Mile Road for the diner shall be removed. Anybody got any preferences there?
Mr. Mayor.
So, I mean, they would still, well, I guess, let me look at the plan. Is there any encroachment onto the public right-of-way for that outdoor seating on 11?
No, but it's a sidewalk. It's right next to 11 Mile.
I just don't know if it would invoke the sidewalk permit.
So I'll retain item 6, striking the outdoor seating along East 11 Mile. You know, things change, time change. They could come back at some other point with some minor revision to this. But for the time being, I'm going to honor the staff's desire to remove that outdoor seating. But all other elements, all other 12 site plan elements would be retained. That's my motion.
All right, but okay, let me see if I can restate it. The motion is to approve the site plan. I thought you said number 4 was struck, no?
For the phrase outdoor social area is struck.
There you go, okay. Striking the phrase outdoor social area and striking number 5.
Yes.
And that's the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
I think it's worthy of discussion. I'll second it.
Okay, motion is seconded. All right, and again, I just want to be clear then with Mr. Murphy and our legal counsel that if we approve the motion, they can put a bar in the garage. Yes or no? Is it yes? Okay, thank you. All right, further discussion. All right, seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote on the motion to approve the site plan, striking the words in number 4, outdoor social area, and striking number 5 of the contingencies, accepting all others. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Nay.
Nay.
Okay, we got 4-2. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck to you. Do we have anything else to do on this one? All right. Very good. All right, what's next on the agenda? I gotta dig the agenda out.
Meeting dates.
What's that?
Yeah, I think maybe we should just take a second to just kind of let the folks that stay here till midnight know what the next steps are. I think that would be helpful for them to understand that what just got approved
for the residents.
and what the all the concerns about noise and all of that stuff are going to be addressed through the plan of operation when it gets in front of the city commission.
And there will be a public hearing.
And there's public hearings and there's a whole other steps of processes. So if your primary complaint is about noise and disturbances and all of that, that goes outside the layout. That actually is incorporated in something that isn't a physical map, rather a operating plan, which is not existent today because they don't have the liquor license to have an operating plan, so to speak. Does that make sense?
And I don't know if it's a reasonable thing, since Mr. Razor, the owner, is here and the people have stayed so long, perhaps if you have a moment in the hall afterwards to meet each other, because again, if people have spent a couple years with that noise issue, I think it's very important that your neighbors and you meet, and this is a great opportunity if you have a chance.
Yeah, 100%.
Because they're still here.
Yeah,
that'd be great.
Can I ask a question?
No, we're done. We have to go move on. Right? Oops, I'm not the chair, but, sorry, I know it's midnight. It's past midnight.
All right.
I promised myself I wouldn't stay past 11.
Let's see where we're at here. Other business, number 2, meeting dates and religious holidays for Mr. Esbury.
Well, I was just going to say, having reviewed the memo from staff, I'd like to make a motion to approve the meeting dates and religious holidays for 2024.
Is there a second? Second by the mayor. Is there discussion on this issue?
Let's work on not staying till 11. I want new rules. But yes, I approve. I approve that message.
All right. We lost somebody, but
He's
he's
we
there.
found him.
He can yell yes.
He ran away. Yes. Yes. Approving next year's dates. The meeting's
All right.
staying on Tuesday,
Did you hear the
right?
motion?
No.
The motion was to approve, as recommended, the holiday dates for next year. Meeting schedule.
Aye.
Is there, okay, well, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, good. Next, non-action items, the RCOC road report. Who's in charge of this?
Those are just that, and the next item are just informational. So in case, if you have any questions.
Okay, is there any comments or questions for the commissioners on the administrative site plan approvals? Sometimes there is. All right, hold on one more second. Does any of the planning commissioners, we've had a long evening, but if any of the planning commissioners wish to make a statement for the record before we move to adjourn?
Save it till December.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever it might be.
All right, is there a motion to adjourn? Oh, wait.
I will add something. I'll take some 30 seconds. The master plan, staff worked with DPZ to do the educational component, which was sent out largely in the Royal Oak Today publication, which was the second week in October. It was a 4-page spread. We did social media releases, and the survey is now available. Survey number 2 can be taken by anyone. Signage is in the parks. There's signage in the lobby and at other locations along with surveys, and people should start receiving the postcards in the mail if you haven't already.
Wonderful. And the signs are very good and noticeable.
And how long is the survey open?
Open through the end of the calendar year.
All right, very good. All right, thank you.
Thanks for
Is
that
there a
update.
motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Move to adjourn. Move to adjourn.
Okay, call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. All right, we are adjourned. Thank you so much for your hard work tonight.